We're,
Somebody move me over here for some reason.
today's January the 17th, 2026, 9 a.m. We're about to commence our board meeting. At this time, we do have a quorum. All the directors are here today. Can we all stand up for a moment of silence and the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Hey Sharon, I think I did get notice and I had already reviewed the minutes for the special meeting of September 16, 2025, and the regular board meeting of September 22, 25. Do any of the directors have any issues with it? I know my understanding, she did, I don't remember right, but my recollection, they were corrected. Is everyone okay with them?
You can both charge off that one.
Okay.
Yes, I've reviewed and made amendments and they've been applied. I motion to approve.
Approve, do you want to do, make a motion to approve, the minutes of September 16th?
No, we already approved those, didn't we?
No,
No.
we haven't done these two. So do you want to do both of them or one at a time?
It's for approval. Do one at a time.
Okay, the approval for, a motion for approval of minutes for September 16, 2025. All those in favor? Unanimous?
Who seconded that motion?
I did. Motion, so I make a motion for the September 22nd,
A second.
first or second?
Motion to approve the minutes for September 22nd.
Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor? Unanimous? Okay, we have some minutes pending, we have minutes still pending and we will hopefully get to them next month. Secretary's report, Ms. Wolf.
I didn't see anything in the secretary's box. Are we gonna approve the one for September the 22nd?
We just did.
I'm sorry. I was trying to.
Microphone.
I apologize. We have our
That's not.
Hold on.
we have our agendas coming electronically.
Okay.
Just press it one time.
Try that.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have our minutes coming electronically in our agenda. And I was having a little trouble trying to get online to get that information, so I'm gonna regroup and be back on track.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Appreciate it. So there's no secretary report this month?
I did not see it in the minute, in the file, just the only thing I needed was the,
Could you put your microphone on, please, people that are watching?
the only thing I needed was the minutes of the meeting approved. I didn't see any other information in my packet.
Okay, thank you very much. Treasury report?
Okay, use the mic, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we went over the balances yesterday, but I'll do it again. So in our operating funds, we have a total of $440,717. That's 30 at the end of December. That's 30,559 in the Bank of Trust General, a 16,455 in the Community Texas account, which we will soon be closing, and 390,360 in the Fidelity General account. And at the end of December, in the restricted fund, we have $325,000 and 294, but 184,600 is tied up in the surety bond for the landfill. Preservation had 40,756 and restricted in general had 99,877. Overall, since we paid the taxes and the insurance, and since we've been doing a lot of collections and I guess RV park among other things, our balance has been going up. So our total net liquid, well, not liquid, because this one's not liquid, but all the cash we have is $766,011. We had one new FRM, no FRM cancellations, 5 property transfers, and it looks like some lot sales for $6,000 and $900 in transfer fees. That's in December. In November, we had no lot sales, or November 2025, we had no lot sales, 450 in transfer fees. And with the motel in December 2025. Yeah, was actually, is this 2024 here?
Yes.
Okay, so it says 2025, but in December 2024, we had $18,819 of motel revenue. And, that's for taxes. So where's, I guess it doesn't have 2024. Anyway, so we don't have that. But we're gonna work on some, I'm gonna get a log into Proton, I'm gonna get some more like occupancy data, maybe some historical motel. Okay, that's it for now, and I'll go back to this and the building.
Real quick, Jason, last night you mentioned the accounts we had last night. We have 7 accounts or 8 accounts with the new account we just created.
We have one account in Texas Community, which only Protel is going in there now. When she gives me a login to Protel, I'm gonna try to switch the money to Fidelity. That way, we don't need that account, there'll be one less, but there's still one in Texas Community. And now there are 3 accounts in bank and trust. The regular general account we've already had, which we use for cash and checks. Los Morris has its own bank account, and we just opened a new account for building specifically, so when we reconcile the accounts in there, it's not convoluted with RV park money, golf course money, and other things. It'll be very clean and easy and accurate for us to reconcile that bank account, so we opened one specifically for building to make that separation.
So today we have 7 or 8?
8.
8, so then we're shooting for maybe having 7, if the board agrees.
We already agreed on that, we just haven't done it.
Oh,
So, yeah, so we're just shooting for a set.
clarification.
All right, okay, so that's it.
Jason, you know, do the reports now.
Yeah, sure, you wanna show the stuff we've been working on.
And you're gonna present?
I'm showing you the reports that Charlena has asked for, and these are the reports that you'll get going forward.
I'll tell them this month.
Okay, so directors, this is basically what's come over the last couple of weeks.
We can't make it any bigger, it's kind of,
When we get to the numbers, I'll make it bigger. This is just the report menu.
Sure.
So the board approved a budget. That budget had several chart of accounts that did not exist in the old, or had several general ledger accounts that did not exist in the old chart. So 2 weeks ago, I recreated all of the income and expense accounts and put in all of the sub accounts so that it would match the approved budget. So at that point, that gives you all of your placeholders for what did you say you were going to make, and then once you categorize the transactions, it will show you what you did make and then give you a differential on that. Over the last week, I've been working with Charlena and her teams to put together P&Ls that are accurate for the motel, the golf course, the hunt, the RV park, so they can individually be looked at just quickly on the fly, and you'll know exactly what that is. I know that's something that a lot of members have asked for, and also board members. And so, just to see what those look like, this is what Charlena has access to now when she's trying to manage day to day. And this is also a tool that will be helpful when she's working. I know there was some mention last night of her being able to work with her staff and provide information so that they're able to help her talk about.
Recording in progress.
And hold on one second, Memo. Let me get it bigger.
Okay.
Oh. Enlarge it.
Can you do?
He's working on it.
He's working on
He said he was trying to-
Control roll.
That's what I did.
You can do.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Cool.
All right. So this report on the screen and as in a printed version now breaks out. This is the golf course profit and loss. So you have the golf course income. These are the different sub accounts that the income has come in through. And then you have your golf course expenses and you have the creekside expenses. You'll notice that the labor and the utilities are broken out. There's also water broken out, but they're the water bill in October was paid right at the beginning of November. So because we're on cash accounting, it will not show in this period, but it will show overall. So this now shows you that you have all of your expenses and all of your income for the golf course and at a push of a button. Now, the better part about this is that if there's something that looks off or something that's just kind of way out of whack, Charlene can come in here and click on the expenses and say, okay, Max and whoever else is looking at Creekside, I need y'all to look at these expenses. Here they all are. Here are all of the expenses for your business unit. Do you see anything that's off? Do you see anything that needs to be adjusted? Is there anything we can fix? And so this is a really powerful tool from a management standpoint because she can come in here and look exactly what's going on and then look and dive into each one of these categories. So this is now available for the golf course. Let's see. It's also available for the hunt. So you got your hunt income, you got your hunt expenses broken out. And as we've been going through this, Charlene and I have been going back and forth and, we basically found, look, we need to add these categories or we need to add those categories. There's none in this category at this point, but you'll see some here in just a minute. So there's the hunt. You also have the motel. Oh, this one's set just October, so let's open this up. December. So now this gives you October through December. There's the process that was being used to book the income for the motel, the RV park, and the golf course from an accounting standpoint is accurate. From a practical standpoint, is very difficult to consistently enter. And if you really want, and not in this meeting, I'm happy to show you the T accounts on the whiteboard, and I would love nothing more to do that. But it's boring and it's convoluted and it's very, very difficult to be consistent about. So and I've spent quite a bit of time with AR and AP here in the main office talking about how we can improve that process. So there's a lot of things that were not set up in QuickBooks. There were 0 rules, that were handling transactions that happen every day. There's also, for example, we now split out labor. So you'll see this line item here. This line item appears in every business unit. So that line item has labor, taxes, and wages. I'm sorry, labor, taxes, and workers' comp. And that is a very difficult thing to pull out of ADP. I again have been working with Charlena's team, and we've been able to put together the reports that need to come out of ADP, and then setting up the home for that to come in, so it actually happens at a push of a button. You don't have to worry about any sort of errors while you're entering it manually. So that works for this. As far as the income goes, there we're going to change how we do the entry of that so that it fits more with the timing of the money that comes in and how it comes in. And it'll be much more accurate and easier to track. So those things will come. This has all been a very manual process. That's why you see Protel deposits here for the motel. Generally, this would have room rental and taxes. But right now, we are certain we've captured all the credit card money that's been deposited, and I'll show you where the rest of the funds are as well. So let's see, you've seen the hotel, the hunt, RV park has the same thing. And I'll stop here. So those are your 4 business units, and John talked about those last night, and it's on the board there behind him. Golf course, hunting motel, RV park. Those all now have their own P&Ls that Charlena can use and also produce on a regular basis. We're going back and forth on how we present these to the membership on a regular basis. I mean, obviously, if we printed all of these out, we'd be killing a bunch of trees. So we'll find an accurate way in a consistent way that this information can be presented to the membership on a monthly basis. I'm now going to go to the overall P&L, and I'm going to show you in 2 different forms.
Travis, real quick,
Yes, sir.
that's went on. The issue with this, which you've helped Charlena set up, the issue of being able to track the money. That's what this is gonna help being able to locate the monies when they're deposited and received and everything else.
Correct.
Okay. And the reason I mentioned that is because recently about a month ago, to give an idea of somehow.
Just speaking of
Memo.
you have people who are listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kilgore. The issue was, there's a little story, it's a very short story. There's always chatter about monies being misapplied. This office spent several hours about a month ago looking for $10 that had been put in a different pile. And they were determined to find those $10. $10, folks. $10 that I could have took out of my pocket and given them, they would have been close. So I think this is going to be helpful based on how you're explaining it. But I wanted to share that with you because the staff have become very diligent in monitoring these things. And it's important for you all to know that. Thank you.
Okay, so to further that point, we've now identified the individual income streams and the bank feeds how they come through. Those were never mapped before. It just came in and then someone had to look at it. And that's not a good thing. So let's kind of take a look at this as a whole. These accounts that have been set up, we still have some holdovers from the last ones. And what's important is, okay, so we're talking about uncategorized, income here. So this is income that we need to look at and figure out where it goes for Q1. There's also uncategorized expenses. And so this is something that we need to look at. And Charlena now has an accurate way to assign these tasks to figure out where these funds need to go. So all of this needs to fall into a category up here. And
No, I was just gonna say, go ahead and click on the uncategorized so they could see how we're gonna have to.
oh, I've got a report for that.
Oh,
You don't have to do it there.
Well, there you go.
So what there's another report back here that Charlena can use when she's looking at the P&L and she sees balances that are in the uncategorized section, she can come over to the custom reports and she can look at the uncategorized transaction report. This report will go line by line, $10, $20, 25 cents, to show you everything that's in here. And all these can be,
Redistribute.
yeah, I mean, so you start out and you can filter it on, see, these are all ADP taxing. So we're having the ADP tax reports. We need to direct those a little differently than what we got out of them. So that's here. We need to figure out where these bills go to directly. I mean, these are just things that we've got to look at spectrum. Before, all of these things were just stuck in one expense. And so the income side of this has always been relatively broken out, right? But it's the expense side that has not been broken out. So that's where we're moving forward. So that was your expenses. Now you have your income. So these are deposits that have been made that we need to distribute to the right accounts. And so, like for example, this account, just based on this memo, I know is from Golf Now. So this is a dividend that was paid to Golf Now based on a deal that we have. If someone books through their website on a certain day, then we get a portion of that back, and that's how it's deposited. So all these reports are now at Charlena's fingertips so that she can use them day to day to manage the business. At some point, I'm hoping that everyone will let me turn this email on, and this can actually go on a regular monthly cadence to the board of directors. And that's when we have a monthly close, and we hit our monthly close date on the 10th. And then on the 11th or the 12th, when Charlena said it's all good, that email just fires off, and all of these reports can go to the board of directors. And that's the ultimate goal. So directors, any questions? Excuse me. Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can
I mean, I,
Constance, I can answer.
Yeah.
My question has to do with, are we going to make a category for rental properties owned by the board?
So thank you, Constance, for asking about that. And I neglected to show this report. So there are accounts that are not populating on the P&L report because they don't have anything booked to them. In this report, you will actually see those accounts that you're asking about. So venue rental. So each of these places that can be rented by the association have a budget, and you'll see right here that in October we had budgeted $740 to collect from the gun ranges. 625 was collected, so that was $115 less. We were 84% of our goal. So all of the rental spaces are here. This is something that we have to go in and work on. This is a great first step, but in order to get the P&L and the actual dollars into these accounts, we have to go in and set up new products and services. So right now, I'm really happy with the way that the hunt is operating. There is a hunt line item, and when those customers are invoiced, then that automatically tracks through and it doesn't have to be touched anymore once the credit card or the cash is matched. So the venue rentals are in here, and they will show once you start to see income in those specific locations.
Travis, is there an actual profit and loss for this month?
Yes, there's. That was the one that we were looking at, and we can look at it right here. So let me cut this down so that it only has the months that we have. So this will show by month. And I can't freeze the panes on here, so you'll have to just, let me go by my memory. Oh, it'll come back up when I get to the bottom. So in October, you had budgeted for $134,000 a loss, and we all know that there are big expenses that are stuck in October. That came out to a $90,000 deficit. So it's $43,000 less than what we anticipated, but a majority of that sits in the property tax line item. Because only part of it was paid out of the accounts that actually populate this report.
You didn't get all the assessments broken out, right? No.
So getting payroll broken out was a big deal. For next month, I will have all of the property tax broken out by business unit. So,
But that's for October.
yeah, oh, I'm gonna move over to November, yeah. So, yeah, this is for October. This is for November. So you were budgeting a profit of 52,000. You actually brought in 109. I believe that's almost directly correlated to what was collected.
$89,000.
So you have,
And just so we're clear, we should be a positive about $30,000 every month. No matter what, $30,000 is a net zero
Oh, it should, yes.
because you got to take 30 grand off of whatever that gross is because we've prepaid all of our insurance and taxes and all other stuff. We're expecting that money to come back divided by 12.
yes,
Yeah.
you're correct. And you can actually, so now that I've cut this report down, at the end of this, it takes your total. So like we all knew this was going to happen. We budgeted for it, right? And then you have this number here, but in this number and in the number for December, you have major things. You have the $89,000 worth of collections. You have a $10,000 refund from the co-op. And then you've got right now, currently, you still have your restricted and your historical money that's populating through this.
Yeah. So, okay. So how much? 89,000. So 90,000, right? Plus 30, we're at 120. Plus 10, we're at 130. So we lost money in the month of November, but yet it shows that we made money.
For now, until the assessment money is moved over, the focus on this has been on the business units. Until that assessment money is moved over, it's going to show it this way. That's where we're at.
So to explain to you that Buildium has tracked all how much FRM money was paid and how much residential fees and how much everything was paid. But this has not been put into the P&L at this moment. It's not been done. The numbers are there. We just have not transferred them into QuickBooks the way all the other things were broken down. But the data is there. The data is accurate. It just has not been done at this moment. So those numbers do not reflect income from. It does show income as building deposits from credit card payments, but all the checks and cash that went in, which have been paid, the $10 he's looking for is because I hooked the bank feed in for bank and trust, and every member payment on any account, it expects it to match to a dollar amount inside of the bank and trust bank fee. And if it's off $10, you either have to adjust it manually and say whatever, or you go and find what happened. Oh, we refunded cash out of petty cash. I'm not saying they did that, but I'm just saying, or we mixed the motel money in with this, which is one of the reasons I said we need a new bank account to ensure that things aren't mixed together, so we can cleanly match all Buildium member money. It's cleanly.
Okay. So I just want everybody to be clear about this because it's really important. I think this is a great first step. I think this is really good. I don't think anybody could argue that. However, it's very misleading because currently we don't have a profit and loss, and this is not a profit and loss. It's a step to that, but it's not. So the easiest way for us to have a defined profit and loss currently would be to take the bank account, and if it goes up, it should go up by almost exactly $30,000 a month. If it doesn't go up by $30,000 a month, then we lost money that month. So you should be able to track the bank account. And if it goes up 30 grand every month, then we're breaking even. If it goes up 50, we made 20. I mean, that'd be the easiest way to have a profit and loss
So,
currently.
yes, so the next step is Buildium has various, it's not as many accounting codes as QuickBooks, but there is a handful of them, like venue rentals,
The
landfill,
list
white
that you
goods,
sent in the email,
white good.
right? The categorization of all of the payables, essentially.
Was that from?
Oh, you mean the one I sent on the budget that I broke out?
No, of the assessments and stuff you were talking about, how it pays out. That's the list.
So basically, anything that members have been paying, which would have been charged to member accounts previously in QuickBooks, are in Buildium, but they are going into whatever chart of accounts has been used. So we're gonna have to review that and then map them. This accounting code goes to this code in Buildium, and then put in journal entries to move the income in, just like we have from ADP or whatever to break down the stuff, but that's gonna require reviewing what has been done in Buildium and what the code, the new code and the old code is gonna be, and then once we map those codes, then we can cleanly bring in all the income into here, and then it will reflect. But no, this is not reflecting the overall over profit. The expenses are probably fine,
Yeah.
but that income is not reflected correctly today.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out, John, is that so to manage the business day to day right now, the tool that's available to Charlena is the expense side, right? So look at this is security broken down, okay? In the budget for security, the total spend for October was supposed to be just under $30,000, $29,868.45. So what was booked and what was spent was $20,399.65. So then you start looking in here, well, why are we under? Well, look, this budget, she budgeted $25,000 for labor and there's 19,000 in here. And so she was 77% of budget. So to manage the business and to understand, okay, we took a look back, right? We took a look back and we said, what is it going to cost us next year after we make the changes that we need? And to manage the business via the expenses right now, that is the tool that's available to her. Once the charges are brought over and the credits from Buildium, then the full thing will be helpful. But you are correct. The bottom numbers do not give you like an overall picture. And what you're saying is correct. If you know about where you're supposed to be and you're 100,000, so you should be X amount per month. Yes, that's correct. But from an expense standpoint, the expenses are captured in here.
Okay, and I understand that. And I think I've been beating the source pretty hard about the profit and loss. So I think this is great. The reason it's so important, and I know everybody in this room understands this, the reason it's so important is that we have to make decisions today about purchasing or budgeting for a bulldozer. And we all know, well, us that really have a keen eye on finances and what money we're bringing in, say we brought in 89,000, the RV park's out overperforming what we expected right now. So in theory, if we had all this done and we could look at it and go, okay, we saved $6,000 on labor last week or last month in security, we would be able to look at these from a much higher standpoint and then be able to make a decision of, you know what, it's not going to hurt to spend $70,000 on a bulldozer and finance that because we have this information. And right now, we're really feeling around in the dark, and we've got to talk about that today. And it is getting to where it is very important. And so I'm going to keep the pressure on here. We got to get this done.
I do want to add another thing too, that with this broken out like it is, with the income and the expenses, that means I can give that to each of my managers in that department. And I can say, okay, you need to look at this. This is your goal. And then at the end of the month, when we have our staff meeting, then they can explain why we're over or under. What are you going to do to fix that? Or, hey, kudos to you. What did you do to bring in that extra income? So they can actually read something now that will be specific for them. And I think it's going to help them grow as well.
So I love the idea of, and I think it's necessary, but I love the idea of making each department their own small business in the sense that you give them ownership. I think that's really important. And I think people thrive within good boundaries like that and that responsibility. So I think it's a great idea. I just, once again, I think we have to get this done.
We do.
We have lots of decisions that we need to make, and we have to know how much money we have.
You're correct.
I'd like to also thank Travis because he only started on this last week. And he's done all of this in a very short time. And he is dedicated to getting our budget fixed up and get it done. And at least we have it in QuickBooks. And so I'd like to really thank, everybody should be thanking him for the help that he has been giving us.
Any other questions, directors?
Well, thank you.
Ms. Warren has a question.
I don't even have a question for Travis, but the same thing. You guys all know how long.
The microphone.
We have, oh, yeah.
Listening.
Okay.
Aaron, it's not me, it's people.
I'm pretty, people know I'm pretty blunt. The financials and the books really with Fort Clark Springs have been unbelievably messed up for years. And it makes pretty simple, everybody wants to get a profit and loss. That's the basic thing. You want to know if you're making money and losing it. For years, the same thing, and I will commend Travis again, and even though the members have been talking about this. It doesn't take a genius to take everything and put things in their own department. That's the only way, maybe this is my opinion, it is anyhow. It does not take a genius to figure that out. Yes, we all have profit and loss for our houses and everything. We keep track of our budget. If that way, if you know that the RV park is making so much money and you expense it out and everything, then you know that's taken care of. Then you deal, like they said, you deal with the golf course. There's no question about what happens. I think it's just unbelievable. This is going to be so helpful to everybody. But I do have another question, maybe appreciate. I didn't get a chance to really look at everything. When you're telling about the different departments, let's go to the favorite subject, the golf course and maintenance. Is there like a depreciation schedule for each department so that, like John says, okay, we can figure it out? Or is there a depreciation schedule for everything? How are you guys working that now?
That's in another section. It's not in your operational, but they do depreciate based on our taxes and liabilities. We do depreciate the equipment. I have to do a yearly inventory of all of our stuff and give it to CAD and say, this is, the year, this is what it's depreciated at, and that's how they tax us.
So if you had I'm gonna get up. If you had a depreciation schedule and you knew that your bulldozer was outliving its life. How can I say this politely? That should not have been a really big surprise unless it totally got crashed at one time. The lifespan of an automobile.
But I think a depreciation schedule, correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, because I only do it with this at a very low level. A lot of stuff will last way past its depreciated life.
Right.
As far as your taxes or whatever we go. So, but I know in the audit, there's a depreciation schedule that gets, summarized in its totality, in our audit. So, for instance, if the association shows a loss one year of $130,000, it might not actually be dollars that all contributed to that loss. It may be depreciation. So the association may have actually broke even for cash,
right,
but the depreciation schedule dropped it to $100,000 loss. Am I correct about that?
You are correct. And so in the example that you're asking about, so two things. First part is the association maintains a policy on depreciation. So we actually have a capital, it has to get over a dollar amount. So first, to get on the depreciation list, it must be over $10,000.
Okay.
Then there's a depreciation schedule that we have to set at a corporate level. And so we can't switch depreciation schedules. Like one piece of equipment can't be on 5 years, one on 15, one on both depreciation in the first year. You all see these advertisements, they're like, buy your big SUV, depreciate it fully in your first year. You can do that, but not in this sort of setting. So what you have to do, and to where I was going with this part is that piece of equipment would have never been on the depreciation schedule when anyone in this room, including myself, and I'm looking for the oldest board member. It wouldn't even, I don't even think it would have been on the depreciation schedule when
Yeah.
Sandy was in there because it was already past its depreciated life.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
But in the other sense of that is you should see that, oh my goodness, this thing is still here. We're on borrowed time, right? And I think where you're going with this, and so I'll just say it now, and this is what John's talking about too. If we see that and we have all of this accurate and we know that we get $10,000 from Rio Grande, on the co-op side, and then we have this other windfall from the RV park and the motel and whatever else, then we start building that back up because we know we're on borrowed time. But until you have all of this and the appreciation schedule and an understanding and tenure within the board, and like I said, it wouldn't even have been on, when Sandy was in there because it was already
Dawn.
gone.
So I commend you guys for doing that. And this is stuff that I think all the members can really understand. It's line by line and everything like that. I do have one other thing else that I didn't say. Okay, this might be off the subject manual, but I think I'm okay. When Jason showed the other schedule, okay, and we talked about this yesterday, I'm concerned about the credit card, okay? You did mention the income from the hunt and everything, and then also the extra charges for the credit card. When you talk about the credit card, is that in an entirely different schedule, or can you say this is what they make at the motel? Because everybody uses a credit card.
He's actually working on that.
So yes, when you're looking at, just so that when these do get published to the membership, in each department, there is a line item, fintech fees.
Okay, got it.
So all of the processing fees will be in the line item fintech fee. And what that's gonna allow Charlene, and she talked about this a little bit last night, is that, either we can fix that on a local level by, offering, a cash price versus credit card price. We can also then start to, and I've had to recently do this with a couple of other businesses. But what we can actually do is take the motel and we take that income that came in from credit cards, which we now know, specifically for the hotel. So we can go to payment processors and we say, over the last 90 days, I want you to run through your system the charges that we would have incurred based on this revenue. Okay, and this is standard practice when you're working with merchant processors. You go to them and you say, here's my revenue, tell me what my fees would have been. Okay, so that does two things. One, you walk back and you say, here are my fees, this is what we paid, this is either a good deal or a bad deal. Second, it creates an auditable thing, like if you do switch to them, we can see exactly, okay, this is what you charged before, this is what you told us, now this is what you're charging. So it's a way for you to check that and balance that. But that is the goal. And Charlene and I have already talked about that this week, is that we're going to take each department, figure out what those processing fintech fees are, and then start looking at the merchant processor and say, is this the right fit for what we're doing? Or do we need to change our business practices on the ground on the front line?
I think that's brilliant. I mean, everywhere you go, it's either cash or credit card. If you're paying the credit card, you're paying, for the processing, and that, I don't think, just let Walmart pick it all up. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
You're very welcome.
General manager report.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good morning.
Thank you.
There we go.
One good morning, y'all. Come on.
Oh, it's not a good morning.
What? Yes, sit down. How you feeling?
Always a good
Good.
morning.
Thank you. All right. Well, nice to see some of you we saw last night. Glad to have you back again. You are a glutton for punishment. All I can say. Okay. So I'd like to talk about some of the things that and Mr. Gilby has been doing since he's came on our team. We've cleared, or I say we because we're a team, but really he's done most of this. So he's cleared the brush near the suites and assessed bridge repairs that need in that area. What I would like to put out there, if people could please, if you don't know the designated area, I'm gonna dispatch for where you need to put your brush, because you had to actually walk into the water to go down to the creek, and our vehicles would not have been able to get down there, so that's probably why it sat there for quite some time. But we can find a designated area, hopefully over there in that area by Mr. Sweets. Improved ADA accessibility at the board entrance, so if you look at the entrance coming in there, you can now bring a wheelchair in there. It broke into many pieces, and so he fixed it right away, and as he had to take out all the cement, we found a lot of rotten boards that were under that contributed to that break, and he had to fix within one day. We are in the process, or he is in the process of researching a maintenance contract for association vehicles. So what that means is he's looking at if we can get a contract with what do I want to say?
That's on
That
the,
fix vehicles. Yeah, so that way it will maybe cost less for us because it'll be on the contract and then it'll be warranty. Because right now, my maintenance do all the labor. So when they're not out on the street, they're out fixing all of these vehicles that are quite old and need a lot of work. And so it takes them away from things that they have to do. So a lot of times when you may not see them out there, they're probably working on a bulldozer or they're working on the pickups or they're working on things to get them running so they'll be able to use them for the next time. I'll give you more information when we get that. Completed tree trimming in Rocky's area, which we talked about yesterday. There's still more that needs to be done. And we'll talk about that later. Assess lighting in unit 1 because there's some areas in unit 1 that are very dark. And we want to make sure that we can get some lighting out in those areas. Assess picnic tables near the pool and the amphitheater. We're looking for ways that we can maybe get a group out to help work on those. Maybe Boy Scouts. I know the Honor Society at the school also works on those, so we're looking at those avenues. He's been verifying the association vehicles to make sure that they're all correct and that we have all the correct ones on our insurance. Begin documenting violations. While he's out, he's also going to be documenting violations, architecture violations. He will come back and he will report that to Matt and he will put that into building because it's nice to have more eyes out there because not everybody can be out there. Filtering and tracking dog related complaints, which we had a lady speak about last night. Assist in the scheduling of the Oak Tree presentation, which I'll put out there. It's going to be on the 30th. There's going to be an arborist here who has 30 years experience along with Sunrise owner in the boardroom, and that will be at 5:30. Strong supporter of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Youth Hunting Program. I know when I first got here, Annabelle had sent me some information on that, but when I first got here, everybody sent me everything. There was a lot to go through, but Lee's been working with the Texas Youth Wildlife Program along with Matt, and so we're going to be hosting them the 6th, 7th, and 8th. We're also planning an additional youth hunt because we had such success last year that we're going to do it the last 2 weeks in February. So if you have any youths or grandkids or whatever that would like to learn that, please get with us and we can sign them up. We also are working on developing a tracking system, a better tracking system for gas and diesel usage. He's been cutting up and removing fallen trees. He's addressing the area around the maintenance that we talked about last night. And he'll be working on that with Philip. And then there's many other projects that we're working on. I can talk about those when we have a who, what, where, and what we're going to do. All right. So delinquency and collections, which I already said, we filed 51 liens. We have 34 additional accounts that are pre-lien that will be going to lien status, which is going to add to 85. Collections today, and I just want you to know this, I budgeted to bring in $77,000 for the year. And we have brought in $89,000 since October 31st. So I plan on doubling that amount. And then, of course, the special assessment that was applied will not incur late fees. I want everybody to understand that. You do not pay it, it is not going to incur a late fee.
Not now.
Not now, potentially in the future.
Maybe potentially in the future,
Sure.
but not now.
Just
Yes,
for
sir.
clarification, maybe, maybe Jason can help me with this. If, let's say, a year from now, the special assessment is not paid and it's already exceeded the late fee, are we gonna pursue putting liens on property?
Yes,
That's,
because
that's
it's an
the
assessment.
future discussion.
So there's gotta be, yeah. I want to make that clear because there's a lot of bad
But
information.
that will be something we'll talk about, but that is the process. If it's an assessment and it doesn't get paid and it's late, that is what the normal
I mean,
process is.
that's actually how I first met Memo or talked to him, because he called me because my mom died. And he said, you owe $360 of late fees on your special assessments. I'm like, why didn't you auto draft all my accounts with the other $1,200 you take from me every month? And he said, well, you didn't approve that and we don't want to just take your money. I'm like, take it and mark all my accounts to just take it. I don't want to deal with this. And I negotiated them down to $180 of late fees. I was very upset with that, but I paid it just to get them off my back.
Worst day of your life.
180 grand is nothing to me, so I was.
180 grand?
I
180
mean,
grand?
well, 180 grand is a little more than $180, but $180 was just a minor annoyance in some other continent I was running around and having a good
And
time,
we've been
but,
best friends since then.
yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And so, so the Texas Park and Wildlife Youth Program, which I said we are hosting, we have, ages 9 to 17 and it's booked. There's 10 slots only, straight through the state. And this is an amazing marketing tool because they are so excited to be here. They're gonna be camping out on the floor at the service club. And then they're gonna be cooking. We've got, people that are gonna be helping cooking, to give them breakfast. But all of our blinds will be full because all of those youths will be using those. This is a safety, teaching, educational, get them interested in it. So I'm very excited about this program. And then, of course, we do need volunteers. So anybody that wants to help with our hunt program, Clay was a big proponent, but he's working a lot of hours now and he's unable to help like he could. I give you some great incentive. If anybody would like to help Lee and Matt, you just let me know, okay? Because there could be free meat. She's gonna tell you that.
That sounds good.
No, not selling it, just giving it away. Of course, the reserve study, we're still working through that, and we still only have 2. That's something that, we'll probably talk about in the future. Capital budget is still being reworked, with the audit, reconciling, building, with now the special assessment and making sure that people, are asked if they would like to be paid. All the taskers that are getting put on that, Anna, myself and the staff had additional work. Hopefully after this, I plan on having this draft in February. And Lee will be helping me do that, walking along with, Mr. Wolf and Joe. So we'll be working on that right after this. Audit stuff is all up there and we're done, so I will be bugging you all. Let's see, and then we have, volunteers. Ulrichs are making strong progress in the old gym. It looks amazing. And there's a lot of people that are helping. Do you want to name any of the people, Mr. Ulrich?
I don't think I can name all the people because it's different every day.
It's all kind of, well, we just
We
appreciate
so
that.
appreciate them coming and helping us make this thing back like it was.
And of course, the pickleball court is doing fabulous. And I know Mrs. Oliver said they're gonna do pickleball at night. So it'll be dark out, but everything will glow. And I know that the men's golf committee is gonna host a night golf tournament. So everything will glow. Just don't go out and drink at that point in time. Wait till after so that way you'll be able to see what you're doing. And then We still need 1 to 2 additional volunteers for architecture. We're working with Vince. We're trying to get through Buildium and learn the architectural program that it has in Buildium, so that way we can get all our stuff in there. Vince has been doing fantastic. We had a 2-hour session the other day, so we're gonna have another session next week, but they still do need a couple more volunteers. And then events, and marketing, lot sales are the sales going on till the end of January, 25% off the lot. So if you guys wanna get a lot next to you, if there's an empty one and you want 25% off, please let us know. And the New Year's Eve party at Dickman was a success. I don't have any more to add.
Hey, Charlotte, I got
Yes.
one question.
Yes.
On the collections.
Yes.
I know, I don't know what we can and can't talk about, but can we get a report on the collections?
Yes,
I would like
what
to
would you like
understand-
on that?
Well, just where's the money coming from? I know it's coming from late assessments
Yes,
or back assessments,
yes.
but how far back? I mean, are we digging 5 years back?
Oh, yeah.
Is this a year ago?
Whatever
You
we
know,
pull
just-
out of, yeah.
We used to get a report like that,
Oh, okay.
and if we could get that report, that'd be awesome.
I will do that.
Hopefully,
Right now, we had 190 people that we collected from.
The way we can break that down, because this is a question that I have too and want to know, and the terminology is what is prior period, right? And what periods, meaning outside of this fiscal year, and then how much of that was within this fiscal year, and then by year, right? In the prior periods, what period did it come from?
Exactly. We used to get a report that was like, a 60, 180, 365, like it was this aging report of where that money was coming from. And then the overall number and then the other kind of allocations of where that money was positioned so that we knew where we were getting our money out.
Okay.
And that gives you a way to focus on it and figure out. Because let's be real, there's 800 something thousand, I don't know how much it is now, but when I came on the board, it was like 800 something $1,000, and there was a realization that, yeah, and I think we've even talked about this, that there's probably like half of that, you just can't get.
Yeah.
So the point of that is trying to figure out how much we can actually get.
It would be important for you to talk about the difference. Okay, so and let me set it up and then you can take it from there. When collections were being done before, it was very difficult to understand where that money was supposed to go, right? Was it restricted? Was it preservation? Because the system did not tie the funds to the ledger that it was owed to. Neither QuickBooks nor the Black system. They had an amount, but it was a total amount.
So basically, we're gonna be able to say what was before February 28th, which is when we first started taking money into bill. That's the start of building. So the line is the easy line to say is these paid for things before March 1st, 2025, and these paid for things in certain times after that. Going back before that will require digging up into QuickBooks and trying to do this. It's going to be time prohibitive, but we will be able to see, like, is this money from before March the 1st, or this is money that's recently since that time.
Come on, Mr. Joe. Mr. Lane, if you want to come on up, you can talk back to that's your question after Mr. Oler.
So I'm not sure I've worded my question, but it's my understanding that for the previous several years, we were operating at a deficit. Is that correct? So that money came from somewhere. And so it would be my understanding that this assessment money should replace that money that was used to cover the deficit. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. We framed it a little heavily towards the motel because that was like the looming problem above us, but it's ultimately for the deficit that we have been showing for the last few years. Then, so we can catch back up.
It's not going in our normal operating and maintenance budget.
You're asking about the special assessment?
Yes, the
Okay,
collections.
I missed that.
No,
Okay.
these collections.
Yes. So
Okay.
that's the idea. It's like,
Okay.
yes, we did frame it, or there was talk because we were like, oh, the motel's gonna be a lot, but it is basically to cover a deficit from the previous fiscal years. That we,
About the collection, not the special assessment.
Yeah, I'm talking about the money we're collecting, the back
Oh, from the
collection.
collections, not the special assessment.
Not the special.
Oh,
assessment,
okay,
no.
so now we're talking about a different question.
Yeah.
So the collections money, so you are suggesting it goes into like restricted money?
Wherever that we removed the money to pay the deficit, that came from somewhere. Okay,
Yeah.
It came from the general fund.
okay.
I mean, essentially, it would just come from the general fund. So.
So it went back in there, yes.
Sorry, someone else.
Mr. Lane? You change your mind?
I think where Mr. Ulrich was going with that was that, okay, so let's say, and you were talking about this earlier about equipment that we may or may not have done repairs on, right? And so if we skipped repairs because it wasn't in the operating budget because we didn't bring that money in, ultimately that became a capital expense once it built up to the point where we had to do it. So that money that, yes, it came from the operating budget initially, right? But as you're going through that and those maintenance and repairs and all that build up, ultimately that had to come out of the restricted fund. And so I think the ask is that anything that's collected, right, from prior periods, not this period, not this fiscal year. I mean, if it was collected from this fiscal year, it obviously part of that belongs in the operating budget. But everything that was beyond this fiscal period should be going into the restricted fund to pay for the maintenance that wasn't done that's now going to be a capital expenditure for maintenance.
Well, I think what you're trying to quantify is that the restricted fund would always be running at a deficit. But the reality is that anything that we would, and I've said this a million times, we could spend $5 million tomorrow.
Yes.
And that $5 million, to be clear, would not come out of the general fund. Technically speaking, it would have to come out of the restricted fund. And not that they can't both be used, but the idea would be is it's a capital improvement. So it would be coming out of the restricted fund. And so in theory, the restricted fund is always running out of deficit. It really doesn't matter how much money is in there. It's always running out of deficit. It's just what we choose to spend the money on to create the deficit. But technically speaking, it's always at a deficit.
Correct. And so the idea, and I think the ask from the membership, and this was asked last night, as well, is that the money that's being collected should go into the restricted fund and not be used for operating day to day, right? And so it should go to what we haven't been paying for, and where are we going to pay for what we haven't been paying for, which would come out of the restricted fund, not out of the day to day operations, right? If we need to amend, I mean, you've already made your operating budget, and it's a positive $100,000 as approved. And so taking that $88,000 that's not budgeted, right? If you want to use the $7,400 that's budgeted every month and use that in the operating budget, which I disagree with, but that's philosophical. And then the rest of that should move over to the restricted fund because that's unbudgeted money that came in and should then be put aside for capital improvements, not day-to-day operation.
Sure. Yeah.
Unless you want to do a budget amendment. Like if you want to go back and you say, we need to do X, Y, and Z in the operating budget, and we're going to put a budget amendment on it and then do it.
Well, I think we can make this really simple. There is no need for the association to invest in our operational budget. That doesn't make sense. We set the operational budget every year. We must, with every ounce of our bodies, invest in our capital budget because that money is the only thing that can save and keep this place moving. The operational budget is in theory, a static budget, but the capital budget has to continue to grow.
Correct. And that's what we're asking.
Thank you very much. Committee reports, airport.
I'm not surprised there.
No, I have
Oh,
one.
you do? Well, it is a surprise then. Awesome.
Email.
I'll get it.
You wanna go to architecture where you're looking for it?
Please.
Yeah, come on, let's do architecture in front of what you're looking for.
Good morning. I apologize. I gotta go watch my 4-year-old grandson play basketball. That's what me interested in. So I gotta go.
That's more important.
Thank you.
So we approved 4 applications this last month, since the last, for a year. Sent out 2 violations, no repair applications were, done. Of course, as Ms. Chalmers said, we still need volunteers, and filling out applications. If we can get somebody in the office, whoever receives that application, can they just check and see that everything was checked off and the member signed that, good.
Benny, that Matt's supposed to be doing that. He's been doing that for a long time. They're supposed to be giving them to Matt for him to review.
Okay,
That's been the standard for quite some time, but maybe somebody can help Matt if he's not here.
well, it had changed to doing the office checking everything to Matt going out and meeting with the people before the application was ever brought to the office, and then that changed because I guess he's got a lot of work, and I understand that, but so maybe we can do that, maybe with Lee, he can go meet with the people, I don't know what he has on his plate.
Maybe we can hire more employees.
Oh, okay, let's just do that.
I'll talk with Matt.
Okay, so that would help with the application, because I'm having to go out a couple of times to some of these residents, which I don't mind doing and helping them out.
Thank you, Vinny.
We're working right now, 2 more letters will go out, but we're not meeting Tuesday because there's no application that came in, but Matt's working on getting 2 more violations out. And we are starting to get a little bit more aggressive myself in going through the neighborhoods and checking for violations, so clean up your properties, folks. That's all I have. Any questions?
No, I did mention to Matt that someone I think is in violation on 4 O'clock Road. They parked an RV there. It's been there for quite some time. And he's been made aware of it, so you may want to meet with him about it.
Okay, and,
The front yard of someone's your house, like they're camping out for a while. It
okay,
appears that way.
okay, it has to come through him, and any complaints or anything need to go to, security. If you have a formal complaint about somebody, please do it that way instead of just talking about it. That way we can record it and get the violation letter out and notify the folks.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Airport committee report. Maria Perkins, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say from. I didn't hear it.
Perkins. She just said, during December, extensive mowing was completed on both runways to include treatment for fire ants. We advised the GM on updates to the FAA registry. There are 2 potential pilots considering a move or membership to the board that we are working with. I will put it out there, for open, just for the board. Chan Potts, mentioned that he would like to sell his hangar to us for $8,000. It's 30 by 30, it's a standalone. So it's something what he would need to bring up as part of the airport information.
He built a hangar out there.
Oh, he's been renting it for
He's
quite
been
some
renting it
time.
from us.
No,
It's.
it's from the Joneses. They passed their lease to him. He's been the airport hangar leases are a 10-year lease.
I'm still confused.
No, it's not his. So
It's his now.
No.
It's his.
via the lease.
Yes,
When does the lease expire?
I'd have to go look.
So you're
I'll get
saying,
all the
you're,
information for you.
Right back to.
just so we can clarify,
Okay,
you're saying that Mr. Potts would like to sell us his lease of our own property back for $8,000?
so the way it works is when you sign a lease, they build the hangar themselves. We didn't.
Yeah, it's the information that I've never known, so I'm trying to get the,
Oh, okay, so I learned this, so. The hangars that are out there, other than the historical one that have been built by members. Built them on our property and were given permission to do that, and when the lease expired, if they didn't lease it out before the expiration to somebody else, that building goes back to us. But Chad Potts is still in his lease, it's not expired yet, I can give you the date. But he doesn't want it anymore and he would like to sell it to the fort.
okay, so we would be acquiring an asset by purchasing a building. Okay,
Yes,
that makes more sense. But
Yes.
the whole lease thing was making me.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry,
it's a
I wasn't
lease. It's a
clarifying.
lease, but somehow they can roll it over into infinity and just flip it to other people until we never get it back if they don't want to. Is that how it works? It doesn't seem reasonable.
I will show you the contract.
It might have been, some, you know.
Do we have an attorney?
Is it
look
my-
at that thing?
I have
mean,
no idea.
obviously
This is
we're-
way before my
right,
time,
It
so.
seems very atypical, but that's also typical for this place.
Yeah. To be clear, the lease is just for the land, right?
Yes,
So they're only leasing the land that their building is sitting on.
right, because it's our land, but they built the buildings
And the
themselves.
building belongs to them. But the land is what the lease is for.
Yes,
So that was kind of confusing to me. I just want to make sure.
The whole thing is confusing.
Yeah. And I'll give you the.
Yeah. We're gonna have to review the lease to
Yes.
really make an informed decision on that.
Sure.
Golf committee.
Wait, I just want to say thanks for the airport committee giving us a report, even though I kind of joked on them in the beginning. We have one, and thank you, airport committee.
We just have to email Maria, she sends it to me.
Come on, golf, are you golf? Ms. Stennis? Come on down.
Since our golf committee date to present reports. Yeah, I just wanted to do some announcing for the golf course. Twilight Golf is Thursdays at 3 p.m. It's 9 holes. Last week, and my husband runs it, has been for years. Last week, they had 22 players,
Nice.
and this past Thursday, they had 25. And they, not all of them are members, so they pay for carts and golf, but they also buy buckets of beverages. And they're in there a long time.
Makes them happy.
Are those adult beverages?
Most of them, yes. And actually, the Men's Association has their meeting at 5:30 after Twilight Golf. So, the Men's Association is active. Yeah, they're getting themselves back together. On Wednesdays, the guys come in what's called the PGA Golf Pick, not just men, there are women there too. What they do is pick players for the PGA Pro Tournament that weekend. And they put like $5 in the hat and they go by handicap and whoever player wins. They also stay till 7 o'clock and buy adult beverages.
Adult beverages, by the bucket.
Yeah, buy the bucket. You've seen it. Our local commissioner visits there quite often. Okay, Ladies Golf League meets the second Wednesday of the month at 5:30. We've got a bunch of new members we've been trying to recruit. We elected new officers on Wednesday, so we're ready to go. Most of the problems on the course that we had complaints, we just need rain. Grass is dormant, so there's not much going to come up right now. It's supposed to be 27 degrees tonight. Unhook your hoses. 27 degrees tonight, and it won't, the grass won't come out of dormancy until it reaches like 55 at night. So that's usually March before it starts to come down. One complaint the guys have noticed is that we need better beer ordering and inventory tracking. They've ordered too much of some beers and basically given it away. I mean, for the minimum amount of money.
Yeah.
And they see this as wasteful because we don't get the profit margin off of it. So somebody needs to teach somebody. I know we got new people there.
Yeah, Bella's working, she's keeping track of that on a daily basis
Okay,
now.
good.
Yeah.
I'll let them know.
We got rid of the I'm sorry. We got rid of the overstock. Yes, the overstock of the beer, got that.
I mean,
So
nice
it's under
work.
control.
They love it.
Oh, I know, they
Don't
did,
be
because we got
surprised,
a
but-
discount, so,
Yes.
yeah.
They are planning a night golf tournament. They're kind of dickering about the time now because it's cold at night now. But if you've never played in the golf tournament, night tournament, it's really a lot of fun. The balls glow in the dark, and there are on the pins. They put glow sticks so you can see where the pins are.
Oh,
So and it's fun. And we don't have a lot of dangerous areas on our golf course. So this is a good place to have the tournament. And we tried to do this, the golf committee tried to do this several years ago when I was still the liaison to the golf committee and we were never able to get it put together. So apparently they've ordered all the stuff for it. Now they're just looking for the time. And whether or not they're gonna try and arrange something for breakfast afterwards or not, I don't know. But it's a lot of fun. And even people that don't golf a lot, it's fun to come out and watch that ball.
oh, yeah.
So, and you can even find it in the woods.
Yeah.
Because it's sitting there glowing. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that we are active at the golf course, the men and women's associations. I still would really like the board to put some pressure on the golf committee. They're in violation of their own bylaws because they're supposed to have one member from the Men's Association, one member from the Women's Association, one member from couples, which we no longer have the couples. They talked about trying to start it up again. And one from the par threes. So actually it's one from the men's, one from the women's, and 3 open slots. And they do a good job, but they are kind of not doing much right now. But there are board sanctioned committees, so they really need to come back online and start doing what they're supposed to do as a golf committee. And we're ladies are ready to elect our member, and so are the men's. Okay, any questions? Thank you for
Thank you,
letting me
Sandy.
present this.
Preservation. Please.
Well, we had one big project this month, and that was putting together a contract for repairing Patton Hall. It's in your board packet for your consideration, because you'll be the ones who are tasked with signing it. The other thing I wanted to bring up is our balance as of December 21st, 2025. It shows in Fidelity that we have $40,755.92. But our available funds are only $13,233.80. The reason for this is because of our rules of the committee, is that we must have a cushion of $5,000 always in our account. Our monies for the commissary was minus $4,452.12. What that is again part of the monies we're holding on to. It was given to us by community council specifically for repairs on the commissary. So we have that money, but that's the only place we can spend that money. And we had 5 buildings that were in repair right now. And our second draw for that was $14,570. And also we've got the art studio windows coming up at $3,500. So that's what's happened to our money. Now, what I would like to ask you, we're obviously not receiving money, and we're supposed to get $1.38 from each member assessment monthly. We have not been receiving that. So Memo, I've got a question for you. Has there been a board vote on this to not give us the money, but also not tell us that you were doing it?
I'll answer that. So no, there hasn't been a vote, and I tend to address that when it comes to building them, to say the amount and vote to transfer all the money from May until the end of December. I have the
Okay.
numbers, and I would like to deal with that when we get to building them, that we shore up restricted and preservation out of the fund, the general fund.
So you're doing something illegal by not doing it with a board vote.
I'm telling you that I'm gonna request that, I'm gonna motion.
Well, this has gone on for months.
Yes, because we were dealing with migration to building and whatnot, but I'm
That's
saying,
no excuse.
I'm not giving you an excuse. I'm telling you, I'm gonna handle it in when we get to the building thing, or we can do it right now. If you would like to have a
No,
thing, then we can.
you all do what you want, but
Okay.
I hope, well, Warren Thompson brought this up about the monies that are supposed to be in for the RV park. 20% of what is collected is supposed to be put aside for taking care of the RV park. And there's several other ones like that. And so that's what made me start thinking about the preservation. And I think there are a number of these, not just the preservation committee, that have been handled and really mishandled this way.
And that is also on the agenda to deal with that percentage as well.
Thank you. Recycling.
Good morning. Keep Texas, Recycling, which is the group that, gets our truck here when we need to ship our products, has raised their, percentage from 10% to 12%. So that whatever profit we make, they take 12%. And of course, so far, we still are paying $650 for the truck, so that's our expenses, when we do ship, which hopefully might be, in February, so we'll see. Which raises the question, a couple of years ago, the board said I would have a line item for our income and our output. And I've never been able to know that for sure. So I keep track of our income and outgo, but I'm not sure the board is, if our checks that we receive go into general fund, or is there in fact a line item for recycling?
You're correct. We voted on having an earmarked line item for now, what I'll say to that is that there's now been an entirely new charter of accounts prior to that, or, after that vote. So, I mean, I'm sure that line item is gonna have to be put back in there again, but it's all trackable, traceable, but at the end of the day, it's gonna have to be put in there. We've already talked about this before, so.
It's not a separate bank account. They just have a line item
Yeah.
on the monies that they're depositing. Yes.
Yeah.
So your money should match what we have, so,
Okay, I hope so.
I feel confident in telling you that.
Yeah.
There was that Vegas trip. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
Cycle monies.
our expenses basically are baling wire and, the shrink wrap, and we wrap the bales in, so. And in fact, probably more than half of the baling wire that we purchase, I share with maintenance for their cardboard. So, we do an exchange readily, so it's not a problem.
Ms. McBride, just one quick question, since we're starting in 2026, is there any possibility you're gonna be able to bring in more money in from the recycle gurus from Austin?
I have no needs really for money to,
Not even the beautiful place?
it does need beautification. I mean, what would be really great is to have more gravel put down from the driveway to our building. So, but I don't have a clue on how to, I guess I need to talk to Philip about how much would that cost
But I know
for me to request,
there's old Caliche out there, but that would be,
Yeah,
Sharwood, you may want to talk to Shar about that.
yeah. One time I asked Philip and he said, we don't have anything available. And I look over at that big hill of Caliche, but okay, that's what I was told. But yeah, it's real tough to drive from the driveway to the building as,
Gotcha.
If you all ever use the recycles.
Weekly.
And that's really all I think we need. And again, thanks to Ed and Janet Miller, who are gonna give me, 2 signs. One, hopefully the end of this month. One will go on the fence, one goes on the storage building. So that's very, very generous.
Not to hold your feet to the fire, but if there is, if monies that you've contributed from the recycle center to the general fund, if there's enough money and there's a need for more bleach to be purchased, are you in agreement? You have no issues with that money being used?
I would love it, yeah, if we could improve it.
If we have the money, I'm not sure
Yeah.
how, what the comparison is.
Yeah, Philip, at the time when I asked him, said he'd get me a price, but I've never gotten it, and I hadn't bugged him again about it.
I'll get you one, Helena.
Thank you.
The other expense that we have is the gas tank for the forklift. And, Philip buys that for me and we exchange baling wire. So we have a cool arrangement, so to speak. Yeah, so, and I'm getting ready to spend, for baling wire here imminently. So I think that's all,
Do you need more volunteers at the recycle center?
always, and we love to hear the people drink a beer at the golf course, 'cause we do collect all of Sunday. Bob and I go around and we do searching all the garbage cans before maintenance collects them on Monday. So we get a lot of aluminum that way.
Thank you.
So I think that's all. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Ms. Sandberg, election committee, do you want to just combine that with the number one item on discussion? Okay. Then we're gonna move on to community council. Anyone here from community council?
I'm reading the report.
Okay.
This by Tom Kovacs, who's recently elected president of community council. Fort Clark Days, there's currently $10,200 for the event with an additional $600 promised. Needs someone to cook meals for the historians, and we are still looking for musicians and entertainers. General housekeeping, fall gun raffle. The raffle sold 55 tickets and generated $2,750. There were 3 winners were picked: M. Paxton, T. Kovacs, and R. Boone. Tom forfeited prize for re-entry on the next raffle. Spring raffle will begin February 1st and end April 31st. First prize is a cruise valued at $1,200. Second prize is a kayak. You can go kayak in the pool. Third prize is a hammock. Tickets will be $50 each, and only $100 tickets will be, only 100 tickets will be available. The council will meet for a special meeting on January 21st at 4 p.m. in the boardroom to vote on and assign a treasurer. The treasurer will have a lot of work on her hands to get access to accounts, create new ones for special events such as Fort Clark Days. Our next regular meeting will be February 14th in the boardroom, and it will also be Meet the Candidates Forum for the position of future HOA Board of Directors. Community concerns. No direct complaints were presented at the last regular council meeting on January 10th. Issues presented in conversation outside of official meetings revolved around the special assessment recently presented and some volunteers feeling underappreciated after firehouse exit. Some vowing to never volunteer again on the fort, and also murmurs of people wanting to move out of the fort because of the conditions. Note, as the president of the council, I'm available to meet with anybody or anyone if they want to further discuss anything on this. My number is 518-321-9047 and available on most afternoons. Thank you.
Ms. Martin, since you were the only person from community council, there's 2 candidates coming up for treasurer on Tuesday or Wednesday.
We know of one specific candidate.
There are no 2, no longer 2.
We're not sure about the second one. We had one earlier and she has withdrawn her name.
Okay.
So, but somebody else may raise their hand and present themselves as a candidate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is email votes. So we had 1 email vote this month. And that is to open up a bank account at Bank and Trust for building. We've done more than.
No, it's just. The account is only to make reconciliation clean because QuickBooks is not aware of the specific membership transactions and the checks that go in there. And adding a separate one is gonna be much easier for the staff and much more accurate. So that's why we did.
Thank you very much. Old unfinished business, Kinney County Water, Mr. Palmer, you mentioned you may want to say 1 minute's worth of concern regarding water.
You can have more than one.
Good thing he's not
You
going
always
to
give me
county.
more time than I need, so I appreciate that. Thanks to the Lord. So, yeah, thank you, Dave Palmer, for Clark Mudd, Director on the Water Board. Thanks for the opportunity to talk and just a lot of stuff going on, right now in the water world. So making everybody aware of that, the membership especially. And, we had a meeting recently of the Water Board and, a lot of, big decisions being made in the near future. So Charlene was there, Jason was there, Sharon was there, a lot of people were there, Travis was there. So thank you, for starters for kind of, awakening the sleeping giant a little bit with public participation. That was huge last meeting. So I think the results of that meeting would have been, in my opinion, significantly different if the public didn't show what they thought about the situation. And it was overwhelming show of support for the spring, and that was super encouraging for the people of this county. All around anyway, so that was great. But the discussion and the decisions that'll be made are just beginning. We're in this process where we need to figure out as the water board what the desired future condition will be, and that came up a little bit, in prior meetings, and it's been discussed in the prior Fort Clark board meeting. Anyway, so my minute is up, but this desired future condition thing is very important. And the power of the people is huge. So please, I was just looking, precinct 4 is Perry Minley. It's basically the east side of the fort, right? And the west side of the fort, your director is Randy Schott. So contact those directors, Perry Minley for the east side of the fort, right down Fort Clark Road. If you live on the east side, that's Perry Minley. If you live on the west side, it's Randy Schott. And myself, obviously, but make your voice heard. What my appeal to the fort members would be, and the board of the fort, and anybody who can show up at the next meeting would be great, because we're going to be looking at the future of the spring essentially. Because the water board want to make the spring the desired future condition. And I would submit that we definitely do. I think the majority of the county wants that, but you need to show up, please, and do that. So that's the future of it. I'm open for any questions, and I just mentioned a memo. These town hall meetings are fun, but I'm willing to come and do one of those someday too, and people can bring their opinions to me as the Fort Clark Mudd director. And I could take those to the rest of the water board and answer questions at any time, so we can schedule one of that.
You can visit with Ms. Shar.
Yeah.
And,
So.
Unless I'm.
So yeah, so we can do that. But yeah, and Sharon can vouch for it. It's an important time right now with the hydrologist recommending these new desired future condition options, and those are going to drive what is available to be kind of planned around what the pumping could look like. It's going to affect this county in a big way, in my opinion, and we really need to make the voice heard. The voice of the people needs to be known. So
Have they set another special meeting yet?
there's a special meeting February 2nd, I think. The next meeting is January 27th. So 6 p.m. So fourth Tuesday of the month. At that meeting, these options should be presented by the hydrogeologist, Vince Claus. So he, I think, is as he saw in that meeting, and you can watch the video, he's kind of decided non-relevancy might not be the best option the way it kind of went down. And maybe a new desired future condition is the way to go. But there are people in this county that don't necessarily think the spring should be directly part of that. So you gotta show up, please.
Yeah, it's very important. And I'd also like to say that our Representative Eddie Morales shows up at the meeting, and that made, I think, a big difference too. From to have somebody from the legislature there, and he is watching and will be at the next meetings, as far as I know. Also, um, I think if Will is still on, calling in on Zoom, he has a report on what we're doing with the petition that we're trying to get, put together. Uh, the audit, that Mr. Morales was very instrumental in helping us have, the AG come in here and, do an audit of our water board, our groundwater board. Uh, was very deficient in a lot of areas. They have not done anything to correct any of those deficiencies. And the only way to get them to do that is to petition, TCEQ, to come in and enforce it. So if you can check, I don't know if Will was on, had called in to give a report on that.
I'm gonna yield the mic, then you take over, Sharon. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you.
David, I have one quick question. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. The meeting they had at the pool with the summit, that was excellent. Right? That was just an excellent week.
that's who you asked, but it was.
Kathy, can you?
Is that gonna be at the Masonic Temple again? Let's have it in the regular
Yes,
place.
we always have our water board meetings in the water board office that's underneath the,
You know that there were probably 15 of us that could not get in.
and that was great. Yeah, if it's packed house, that's great. If we need to arrange for a bigger venue, then that's something that we need to look into for sure. And there is a little bit of a movement to get a bigger place. But if we can repeat the interest of the community and pack that place, then
Let's
we'll
shoot
move
for
into a
like
bigger
50
place.
people outside next time.
Yes, please. The
15, let's
more,
get it up
the
to
more
20.
outside, the better.
Can we hold on for questions? Because we got Will Conley on the phone. Are you there, Will?
I am here.
Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead and give a kind of an overview of the petition for inquiry?
2 minutes.
Okay. What I might, before I start, I want to first thank the board for supporting the groundwater summit that we had. That was excellent. Very appreciative of the 1 year recreational memberships that were rapid to help bring people in and get exposed to that science. Hopefully, some of those turn into permanent memberships. They went to folks who didn't already have memberships, and so they're really just an opportunity for people to hopefully convert those into permanent memberships. But it helped, I think, draw a large crowd. Maybe some folks who didn't know what was going on with the water in Kinney County know now as a result of that. So very appreciative of that. I'll give a just very brief little background on kind of the water history in the county and the board and what has gotten us to where we are today. And then this action that we are taking in this petition for inquiry. The water board was created about 20 years ago. And when it was created, shortly thereafter, they created a rule called the DFC, the desired future condition. And that is a rule. It is a legally enforceable rule that if the board does not follow, they can be sued for. And that rule says that Los Morris Springs has to flow above 23.9 cubic feet per second on average each year. And they have failed to meet that for the past 6 years in a row. And we've all seen the creek going dry, the pool going dry, the spring going dry. And so we're all very aware that it is unhealthy. But there is actually a rule in place. It was voted on 15 years ago that says that the board is supposed to be regulating in such a way that does not happen. The state gives the board the authority to regulate in order to protect the spring. It allows them to restrict how much pumping folks can do during times of drought in order to protect springs, protect other people's wells. The board hasn't been doing any of this. They haven't been too concerned about missing this DFC and violating this rule. And over the past 15 years, there have been 3 audits by the state. The Office of the State Auditor has come in and taken a look at the operation of the board. They audit permits, they audit the operations of the board, and they see if the board is obeying state law. It's partly a financial audit, but it's mostly an audit to see if they're obeying the law. And they've failed all 3 of those audits. During one of them, they declared the board non-operational, which is a formal designation for boards that are performing so poorly that they are completely ineffective. So, from the state's perspective, the way water is regulated is they say, look, we're not going to regulate it at the state level. We're going to give every county a water board if they want it. And it's the water board's job to decide whether or not they want to protect their local springs, protect each other's wells, and decide how they're going to do that. But because we have put this DFC in place, this rule, and we're violating it, and we failed these 3 audits, the water board has been in violation of multiple laws through time and failed these audits. And so when that happens, TCEQ, which is effectively the state's version of the EPA, they have authority to come in and force the water board to protect groundwater. And that is the action that we are taking now. We've tried to work with the water board for the past 3 years. David Palmer has been very involved in that. He can speak more to that as well. But we've tried to ask them to put in place a drought management plan to protect the groundwater and protect the spring during times of drought, and limit pumping during times of drought. We put together a drought management plan, submitted to them, and they voted it down. And that management plan mirrored almost exactly the management plan that exists to protect Parky Springs in Austin. In which the way that plan works is when the spring falls below a certain flow level, they start restricting pumping. You know, if the spring falls by 30%, maybe they restrict pumping by 20%, and so on and so forth. So at this point, they've shown that they're not interested in regulating in order to protect the spring. And we're at a point where the fort and other landowners, my family has a ranch just south of Fort Clark. We have Lost North Creek that runs through our ranch. We're very vested in the creek running. It's one of the big reasons why we're so involved on this. Everybody's property is being damaged. These deficits that the fort is running are in large part due to lack of hunting, lack of folks wanting to come visit the fort due to the creek not flowing and the pool not being available. So this petition for inquiry is designed to rectify that. It is a request to TCQ to come in and force the board to regulate groundwater. And the way it works is we put together the evidence that shows that the board is not protecting groundwater. And then TCQ will take a look at it and say, okay, we'll investigate. And if they investigate and find that the allegations are truthful and correct, then there's a list of options that they have, including forcing the board to limit pumping, or they can go as far as removing all of the directors of the board and having a new election to elect new board members. So those are the things that we're hoping to get some help from the state on. And we're hoping that Fort Clark Springs would also sign on with this petition for inquiry, this request of TCQ to have a look at the Kinney County Groundwater District and decide, are they following the law? Are they protecting groundwater? And if they find that they're not, please help us with applying some pressure to help regulate and enact some protections for the spring. So we haven't quite finished it. We're probably 90% done. I think here in the next 30 days, we'll be ready. But this is the only form of protection we have outside the district itself. And if the district appears to not be wanting to protect the spring, then this is really our last resort here. So we will present this at the next meeting, but I wanted to let the board know, let the community know that this is something we're working on and would love to get help with. And then I can answer any questions anybody has about the petition or about water or about the board or the politics of it all. But happy to help any way I can.
Sharon, are you spearheading the petition? Is that the one we already signed, or you're gonna get another one going?
We did,
Sorry, what was that?
I'm asking Sharon.
we did sign a petition to go to the water board and, a petition and to get a drought plan. This petition is separate. It is to enforce the audits and the rules that they're not enforcing. This is our next step and a much stronger step, and Will has been helping to get that put together, and everybody showing up at the meeting was great. It gave them an idea that we are interested in. And I think, Will, if I'm not correct, but after this, if they accept this petition and come in, we should have it cleared. If they do vote to make the spring non-relevant, the only other option we have is to file a lawsuit. Is that correct?
That's correct. Outside of the petition for inquiry and a lawsuit would be tough. It'd be tough to win because the only thing you can sue for is violating the DFC. But if they change the DFC, which the board has the right to do, then you no longer have a basis to sue. And so right now, the Kinney County Groundwater District, the last meeting, the entire purpose of that meeting was to change the DFC. It was to remove spring flow from the DFC, which means there would be no longer be a rule that says that Kinney County Groundwater District must regulate such that spring flow is maintained above 23.9 CFS. And to give everyone an idea of where the spring is now, it is at 30 CFS.
I believe that's also what's contributing to not being able to keep the pool clean because it's so stagnant. There's no flow going through there, so it's, getting stagnant in there for that reason.
Okay, so then, Will, so then are you or others gonna start a petition here throughout Kinney County for Park Springs? What's the next, you just talked about it, just so that we can wrap this up. Is there gonna be a petition meeting, a petition rally, a petition party? I don't know. What's the next move?
It is the name is a little bit misleading. It is not something that it's not a petition in which we get as many people to sign as possible. It's a petition where you have only a select few people sign. It's the people who are actually specific people who are being harmed. So the Fort Clark Springs Association, as a landowner, would sign this petition saying, I'm a landowner. I'm losing, $400,000 a year, whatever the number is. And it's because we're the groundwater district, it's in part because the groundwater district is not protecting the spring like this DFC rule says. Our family, the Connolly family, would also sign because we are landowners downstream and the creek is not running through our property. And so our land is being harmed. Other folks around the community are also signing on to say, my well has gone dry, so I'm being harmed. It really only takes one person, but the more people you have, you don't want, 100 people, but the more people you have, the more harm you can show, the more likely TCQ will act. So the next step would be, we'll finish this petition up here in the next 30 days, and we'll present it to, what we'll probably do is email it to the board ahead of time so you can have a look through it. And then we present it during the meeting for signature.
Thank you, Will, for,
Will you coordinate the, he'll email to you or to Shar or so that we can get it?
he has the board email. It will all get it.
Okay, okay.
We'll all get it so that we can look at it. And, we take a vote on it at the next meeting to go ahead and have the board sign it. Like you said, the more, and when I talked to, Eric, Simon at TCEQ, he specifically said 50, a minimum of 50 signatures. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk with him yet. But, they do have certain rules, and I know that Will and knows what those are, and he's working with, somebody at TCEQ to make sure our petition is correct, and then they will accept it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Will. Are you good?
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Appreciate all the support and everything you're doing with the board to make the board a better place and being involved on this spring protection issue.
We appreciate
Have
it.
a good Saturday.
You too.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Will.
Thank you, Will.
Bye.
Wow. Reserve studies. Ms. Shawn. Well, I know you mentioned something about the reserve study earlier. There's nothing else going on with that, right? Okay. Building, Director Long.
All right, building again. Y'all tired of hearing about building again? So I'm actually gonna show you some more things. So there's a lot of ideas that there was some sort of deficit created. We didn't collect the money we used to collect and it was all dropped. So last night I pulled the P&L since we started the QuickBooks #2 from October 2023 up until the end of April, which is when we switched full steam to Buildium on May the 1st. So the FRMs seem a bit volatile for some reason, like there was a lot of FRM being applied in this month, but I don't see a massive drop in FRM collections past this black line is where the switch was made. So here's the membership collections for the membership assessment. So it was about the same in May as April, and then it dipped down a little bit, and now collections are driving that back up. For some reason, the non-performing lots, it shows a bit more as being allocated to those after May. Residential's about straight even with what we were doing before, and that's continued to rise as we, I guess, started to collect and such. And overall, this is how all the basic assessments have been adding up since October 2023, which was when we switched to the new QuickBooks. This is how much was allocated in October, November, all through the years. And here we hit this black line of Buildium, which is when we stopped collecting. Only the credit cards were running QuickBooks at that time, and I took those off. But so this is, all those credit cards have been put into Buildium, so the revenue reflects it. So this black line is where we switched cold turkey to Buildium, and there's no drop in a total assessment revenue that we've been collected. And it's pretty obvious that Charlene has been doing some collections because these last 2 months, we are spiking up quite a bit there on those things. So I don't really see a massive drop in any revenue that we have been collecting since we switched on to Buildium. So if anyone has any questions on those numbers, it's pretty obvious to me. So also I would like to give a bit of a tutorial on how we are using Buildium. I don't think anyone here has really seen how the thing works. So this is my personal, you click on my name and then you see all the lots that I own. Because each person that has a lot, it's a separate ledger in building them. So you have, like, for example, I'm gonna pay my special assessment, and I'm gonna show you how it works and how it will look if you pay your special assessment. So my house sits on 2 lots. The vast majority of people either have a single lot with no residence, or they have a residential lot, which costs them $106.66. The Board of Satan. I'm gonna keep saying that because I thought it was pretty funny. This somebody told me that, but anyways, so I knew they were gonna say that. I knew when the number ended in 666 that someone would say that we were doing some satanic deeds in here. And but it was it's a coincidence, I assure you. And if you have a residential lot, it's 5635. In QuickBooks, that would have been 3 ledgers. In Buildium, it's simplified to where each lot has its own ledger. So you can see that I had a dozen accounts with the association, and we'll be paying special assessments on all of them. So these 2 represent my personal residence in Unit 3. Here is my lot 60. It has a residential number, and lot 61, which does not. So if I open up my ledgers, start with this one, my residential. I wanted this one. Okay. So here's my residential lot. You can see a summary. This is the unit that it goes to each time when you transfer a lot to a new person. It still has the same like unit record, but it has a new ledger for every person every time you transfer a lot, which is a lot easier than how it was done in QuickBooks, because the vast majority of the time they just changed the person's name and let the ledger run, and it was very hard to tell exactly when it transferred, who owed what, or whatever, and this was a problem. This is no longer the case. So you can look at the owners of the lot. I have my business, which actually owns the lot, and myself and my brother listed as owners. So all 3 of these people can log in and manage the thing and make payments or whatnot. So list of communications and such. As a matter of fact, I can send a text message through the system or an email. There's a list of tasks, for example. So every task, every lot has been reconciled against QuickBooks and has. It takes a second. Anyways, I'll go back to it. Anyhow, so there's files attached, notes, events, history. Now I'm going to go on to the financials. So it shows I owe $60.37 because I haven't paid my special assessment. You can see that I have an automatic EFT payment for all my accounts, and they happen to fire on the 5th. So on the 5th, my $106.60 was deducted, and that is broken down between the membership, the residential, the restricted, and the historic funds. But now I haven't paid my special assessment. So basically, this is what this, if you don't log into Buildium, but you do have your electronic ACH EFT set in there and you don't want to log in, you can call the office and ask them to pull the payment for you. But this is basically how it can work. So I'll click on the business, which is the person that's paying for this. And then I can go in and I can say sign in as the user. This takes me to the resident portal, which is basically what you will see if you go in and pay your thing yourself. So it says I owe $60.37. Okay. Let me go ahead and make a payment on that. All right. $60.37. I would like to choose my bank account that's already in there. Next. That's today done. All right. So now I have just now paid that bill. So what happened?
That's 1 to 12, right, Jason?
Yes. So what happened there? So in the background, I've been assigned, is that it's a 1059? Yes, it is. So I've been assigned a task to actually, the system is already validated with custom business rule I set in there. So the staff doesn't have to look at every one. So it has looked at this, it received an event that an ownership account transaction was created. It meets a criteria. It's exactly for $60.37. If you pay exactly $60.37, the system is gonna assume you are trying to pay a special assessment. Even if it's allocated to some other fee, other category, it will be automatically corrected and moved into the special assessment. So that is done, but if you notice, it's already marked as completed. So no one of the staff will have to look at that because I paid the exact amount. It makes a set of 8 or 10 rules that I deemed valid to pay the special assessment. So that thing is done. So we can go here. So let me go to.
Jason, before we go on any further, I know you're going through the processes of building them, but it doesn't prevent anyone, and this is not clear, it doesn't prevent anyone from coming on in and writing a check at the front.
No.
At the front door or cash.
Yes.
So that our staff can assist you.
So
Don't
also,
panic.
if you come in and you pay an amount, but it gets assigned, you pay $60.37. The default that buildings want to do is not pay the special assessment because it doesn't know. It knows that I need to pay the historic fee, the restricted fee, the membership first. That's its priorities. So it's assuming like the staff just goes, okay, 60.37, boom, and it saves. Well, it didn't apply that to the special assessment. It should have been adjusted to do so. But also the way it saw that was correct, it will also automatically see a 60.37 payment and correct it. It's been correcting quite a few. It's easy to just let it do whatever it wants and hit go. But then the service in the background is monitoring this and it will correct it and do that.
But they don't need, the general public doesn't need to worry about that.
I'm just assuring them that they're not that we are very meticulously not applying their money to the special assessment unless we know that's what they want us to do. We're not trying to take your money out of your accounts or do anything like that. We're very much, so when Sharina says she's assigned, there's a task being assigned, well, that one was automatically completed. But let's say I go here into my other ledger. So here's my residential lot. So if I go in and I go to myself here again, so this is a different lot. So I have to make a separate payment on here. So if I sign in as myself and I go in here.
Jason, you're doing another one? Another payment?
Yeah, but this is a different case, okay? Look, y'all talk about billing every time you put it on here. Members don't understand how it's working, so don't cut me off, please. We're gonna be here for hours. People have talked here for hours and hours. So let's just get this over with so we can be clear on this. So let's say I go in here and I make a payment again on this one. So yeah, I want to pay for my bank account, but I'm gonna only pay. Where's the? Oh, other amount. Yes, other amount. Because I don't manually do this. So let's say I'm gonna pay $50. All right. So I'll pay $50 next. So I didn't pay the full amount. So the system is not sure. Did you want to pay $50 to your special assessment? It doesn't know that. So in this case, the task that was just created automatically at 11:03 assigned to me because I'm looking at them. But if it needs new, not completed. So the message in the task system is, please verify this payment was meant to be applied to the special assessment. It says the special assessment was paid $50 and I have an outstanding balance of $10.37 to the special assessment. This is a summary for the staff. So they can verify this. They may need to call you and say, hey, are you trying to put this towards your special assessment? Because it doesn't match a common rule like the exact amount. So let me talk to you about this and make sure you're getting your money going where you want it to go. So this is what she said when she's getting tasks per day, is because there's different scenarios where I can't know for sure that's what you want to do. So this is how we're very meticulously watching on that.
Just Jason, just so they know what the tasks look like, just go to task. and
Okay,
then
so if
go
I
to
go
all.
to tasks,
Yeah.
all tasks. So there are literally thousands of tasks. So I can, what I need to do is add a filter for the category. And then I set up a special category for verify special assessments. So that's new and in progress tasks. Okay. New and in progress tasks. So here's the one that just got created. So that's new. It doesn't know whether we should validate that or not. So someone will have to look at it and make a human choice or contact you and let you know. But if you look at, if I say, I don't want to see new and in progress, I want to see completed. So here's a whole nother list that's already done, which no one technically needs to look at. But there's 151 tasks that's already been completed that have been verified. Most of them have been verified by the system automatically because most people walk in and pay the right amount or they pay their full bill in total. So I'm assuming that if they paid exactly the amount that they owe, including the special assessment, it's reasonable to think that that was their intention. So out of those 151, most of them the staff didn't have to look, but occasionally there will be some. So I'm done with that part of the thing. So let's go to reports. So if I go to the reports section and I look at an income statement. All right, let's have a look at an income statement. This is for the overall association. This is relevant to paying the restricted fund, which is what I'm about to discuss here. So if I say I want to know about non-operating assessments and normal assessments. And so that's fine. And then I'm going to select a custom date range from May the 1st up until December the 31st. No, 2020.
Is that for more for staff or for anyone who wants to?
This is what I'm about to ask you to vote on. Okay. So here we go is to December 2025. All right. So, oh wait, I need to select.
You're in 26. You're in the wrong.
Oh, I'm in the wrong year. 2025. All right. So that's May 1st. And then this needs to also be 2025, end of December. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so here. Why did it only show? Oh. That's right here. No, right. Is it the wrong day? By month, interval. Here, there's my problem. By month. All right. So here we go. Okay, so here is the monies that is here, and you can see in the non-operating income that the historical is due 2541, 254149, 2021, 2100, various amounts, all in the 2000 to 2500, actually more since collection has been going in there. And also, restricted is owed 7,000, 6,000, right around 63 to 6,500, let's say, except for the last 2 months where Sharina has been diligently collecting monies. So we do know how much, pretty close, that we need to be transferring here. So overall, that's about 18,948 into the restricted and 56,000, I mean, to historic and 56K into the restricted. So my recommendation is to review these totals and just to double check their accuracy and then make a contribution into those funds to shore up those two accounts so we won't be commingling our monies any longer. So,
Jason, I have a question. Well, and I have a comment about the motion. I don't think we need a motion, but okay, if you did a collection in 12/25,
yes,
okay? But then say you got that person to pay in Buildium, because those numbers are they're very consistent. So if you got a collection in the month of December, would it be applied if the due was in the month of October?
so basically, let's back it up even further. Let's say I had paid my assessments, like some of the collections that she did. Except for when QuickBooks was migrated from QuickBooks #2, there was a lot of, all that was squashed. All the historic and restricted money done was squashed into miscellaneous sales, which I really did not want to do, which was one of the reasons it took so long to get these balances in here correctly, because I didn't want to just squash everything they owed to, because then we wouldn't have a way to know whether they owed historic or restricted money. So I did my very best to break out those based on what QuickBooks said was owed, except for those old things from QuickBooks #1, which was crammed into miscellaneous sales. And the only way to break that out would be go back into the old QuickBooks before trying to switch this over and then break those numbers out or whatever.
So I don't,
Okay, sorry, I get your question. Let me, so let's say I hadn't paid my bill in 2 years, right? So that's basically since we started before. So QuickBooks should say that you owe historic, all those fees from before we started Buildium, and all the restricted fees started Buildium, and then all the ones that added up through Buildium through that time. If you pay it all in December, it shows the money is due for what was collected in December. It doesn't go back and say, well, you owe back from these past months. Now, there are ledger entries that added up to that for each bill every month and what was brought in from QuickBooks, but it will show the money. That's why it shows more money to restricted and historic in the last month. It's because that's when Charlene started heavy collections.
Right, but that's collections. I'm talking about, and I know that, let's say 4 or 5 months is collections, but does it cast it in Buildium? Does it cast it across the payment spectrum? Or does it leave it in 1 month?
So basically, in QuickBooks, you must apply the money to a specific invoice. Okay, so you have all these invoices and you paid $1,000. You have to go, well, this covers this invoice and this invoice and this, and you have to say specifically what you cover. But Buildium does not function in that manner. It functions in such that you owe the historic account this much based on these line items from these months that you owe all this. So it doesn't go back and apply it to a specific month. It zeroes out the money you owe to the historic fund and restricted fund because you paid everything in December. So does it go back and apply? It doesn't have the ability to go back and say, this is for that month. It says you owe this much because of all these things.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to clarify. On the, I want to bring this to the board's attention. And to the membership, because that's really where it matters. What you're about to propose, which is to transfer the money.
Yes.
This is a must, a mandatory. Our Declaration of Protected Restriction says it, so it's not something that we need to vote on. Okay, this is an operational mandatory thing. Secondly, I think we need to be very careful about making any decision on something that's an old unfinished business because when you look at our agenda, it says discussion and possible action item. So as a member, when you read this for proper notice, we go, oh man, I better be there for the purchase of the bulldozer because I don't want a bulldozer.
Correct.
But if all we're doing is giving an update on Buildium in old unfinished business, then how many meetings do you have to show up to before you think there might be some action? And so we have to make sure, in my opinion, do not think that we could ever take action on anything in an old unfinished business unless it was moved into the discussion possible action item. Because it's misleading. It does not give notice to the membership to show up and talk about what they may or may not like about what that specific item is.
But in this case, you don't think we need to do.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
It's mandatory.
So
Yeah.
we agree with, we don't need a vote. We don't need to,
No.
we're not going out of the bounds.
No.
Just let's get the numbers right
Yep.
and get the money transferred and then
Yes.
everyone can be
That's
set.
how I always
100%.
understood. That's
Okay,
the way I've
good. That's
understood it
fine. I
as
just
well.
want to make sure before I get with Charlena and start doing bank transfers that everyone's on the same page. So I don't need a motion and a vote. We're all fine with that. So that will be correct.
It's what, it's which we should have been doing.
We can do it anytime. I can double check those. They're very consistent. So if there's if we put a little bit too much and then after we finally reconcile everything and double check everything and we're like, oh, we put in an extra blah, 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 or we shorted it this much, then we can just deal with that and document that later. But now I think it's very important that we get as close as we can to the bullseye and then Constance can meet her thresholds and everyone else can be satisfied that we are not commingling the money.
Just for clarification, is there, I know we should have already been doing it. Okay, I'm clear on that. Is there is a little bit of an urgency, but there's not an urgency for you to do it Monday. If it takes you all a couple of weeks, it
No,
seems reasonable, right?
days. Days.
To be reasonable, that's all I'm saying.
Days is
So
reasonable.
that you're not saying, well, I paid too much, I paid 200, Okay, so
I think it's fine, we just do
so
it.
days can be
It's
5
not,
days.
it's not gonna be like, oh, we put in an extra $50,000, it's a mistake, it's gonna be, look at the numbers, they're very consistent, okay, they're very consistent. It took me a lot of time to adjust all these
Just saying,
things.
if we needed time, you got it.
Yes, I know, but I want to get it done. I don't, we need to start getting things done and this is something that we have been putting off and it took a long time to get all this to correct and balanced. And I'm very confident that it's very close to the perfect number. And I don't think any number that anyone's ever done on anything has been perfect, okay? Like
I agree.
I'm sure that all the transfers in the past to the restricted fund, I guarantee you they weren't perfect, okay? So this is gonna be very close.
Mister, are you okay with that? As the person in charge of the whole thing here. You're in charge of what
Transfer?
did the transfers and all that. Oh,
Yeah.
it's all clear to you. There's no misunderstanding, no rush.
I've never had a misunderstanding.
Okay, or any rush or you don't understand.
The numbers are there.
Okay.
Building does break it out perfectly. And I couldn't ask for a better system to do that because we don't have to guess at all. It's right there. So if anybody ever wanted to see what goes into historical, what goes into the other one, we've got it right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me just,
Sorry.
let me
Harold,
just, oh, you wanna say something?
I just think we've about killed this topic. I'm pretty sure we covered all.
Okay, well, it's on the agenda every time. I don't want it on the agenda either, but you get more than I knew you were gonna get more than you wanted, so
I wasn't
hope
expecting that
you're
much.
satisfied.
But clarity on that money needs to be released as soon as possible because money is being spent by the people. Yeah. So it needs to be, it's urgent.
It also makes us look like we have more operations than we actually do. So, that will make everything look more clear.
I was just waiting on Jason. We got it. So we're gonna do it.
All right, next, any questions on building?
No more.
No
You don't wanna hear about
questions.
APIs and automatic events and task assignments anymore, you sure?
Last night I said we revolutionized the money system here. It has been revolutionized. All right, the next quick topic, I hope, is Smithsonian.
Hold on, Curtis got a question back there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I could resist. I want to hear more about building.
Okay,
No, just,
awesome.
yes, I get stabbed in the back, rightly so. I think this has been done before, but is there a link? Where do I find the link to go in the building so I can look at my own account?
I'll send it to you.
Is that, or maybe put it in dispatch, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that has.
I don't know if it's a link. I think that
It is. It'll
we have
send
to
them a
give-
welcome
No,
email.
you have to you have to be sent a welcome email for you to specifically sign
And I
it.
think you did that a long time ago, and I
Yes,
didn't do
we can
it, so
redo
that's
it.
on me, but thank you.
And yes,
Asked and answered.
anyone that needs a link, just contact the office or email me personally. Don't worry. You want to get in, we want you in. We want your email in there. We want to be able to contact you.
Okay, can we consider having this accessible on the 4Card website for members?
I think so.
Have what
A
accessible?
link, like
No, it's to your specific account.
No, I'm saying a link for the portal so that anyone can go, any member can go to fortpark.com, like, no,
No, it's for your portal only. Each one has their own portal. It's not like a generic portal.
okay.
Yeah, so basically you have to request us to send you a welcome to log into your account. Like not any random person can go to the link and try to sign up and try to do something. You have to get a link sent to you.
Just for your specific account.
You know, this topic has been going for a long time, like all topics. And today y'all got a lot of good information. And the good information is here. We have it. And if we don't have it, we can give it for you. But I know how Fort Park runs. So I'm emphasizing, come ask your favorite director or Miss Shard, and we will get you the correct information instead of it running amok with the favorite word, rumor. Next item, Smithsonian.
All right, so quick update here.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Okay, all right. So Charlena, and after the last meeting, we had a conversation around getting the dates to her so she could produce the contract. She produced that contract with all the essential details. We're very happy with it. We've already executed. I know y'all need to look at it so that you can execute. You have that. The fundraising effort has now taken off since we are working with community council to be able to receive those dollars as a 501c3. Partnerships are coming along quite well. At our last meeting, we talked about some more mythology things that are coming out, possibly out of DC that will be brought here on loan during that time. So things are really shaping up. We've also worked out a program with Charlena so that we can hold some events to raise funds, and we're happy to kick those off. So that's it.
One of the events that the Ford is gonna help with is the Valentine's dance.
No,
Valentine gathering.
no. So there's the way that we put this together is that the space there are several groups that want to use the space within the county. There are several programs that the school district is putting on. And we have worked with Charlene to say we would like to rent those spaces because we will find sponsors to rent the space for those events, but then allow the kids to be able to use that space for like the choir, band, their ceremony that they have at the end of the year. There are a couple of other private parties, and then we're working on some additional things that will be open. Murder mystery night that will be a ticketed event.
Okay.
So those are all coming. Charlene's been very helpful in getting that done. So
And that's fundraisers, the private monies that are gonna be raised to
Correct.
try to get the program here and whatever little paint or cleanup
Yeah.
needs to be done.
The program, the little.
A lot of paint.
So a lot of paint. It's gonna be over $4,000 worth of paint plus the amount that we've already spent on primer. And if you haven't had an opportunity, please go see Daniel tonight. Go see Daniel at Dickman and then wander upstairs and take a look at what's going on because it's been good, and spend money at the bar. The funds that will come in through those events to community council, and then other fundraising efforts will work as well.
Just for clarification, the community council has decided to accept those, to allow people to park their money there, or that?
Their mission specifically stated that I don't know that there is a project that clearly fits their full definition in their constitution than this one. So yes, they are working with us to house that money. Just if you do make a donation to community council, you can do it through the GoFundMe page, which we will get to Charlena so that can be dispatched. And then if you do take cash or a check to community council, just please make sure that you tell them in writing that this is for the Smithsonian program and the Dickman Hall revitalization. Question?
I'm good.
Perhaps when the next work day.
The next work day will be, thank you for bringing that up. So we used to have our meetings at the Boardroom on Sundays. We've now got the space to a point where we can have our meetings, and we're having those downstairs. and then having a work day after. So it will be the first Sunday of February. Meeting will be at 5, and then we try and wrap those up within about 45 minutes, and then we start working from there. Our schedules are a little hectic, trying to get coordinated. So we try to get out on law owners and other platforms when we're having a work day, but the next set work day is the first Sunday in February.
Do you still need the storage tank? Because I know the port's paying for that.
That was a one-time fee, I believe, correct?
He's not charging me any more than that
Oh,
one-time fee.
Okay.
Yes, and so we pretty much have it full. I know that other things are making their way in there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Is it full?
Yes.
Should he?
Yeah, he should probably
Okay.
come and get it. We were very happy to be able to get some of the carpet from the adult center in there, but it seems that more household stuff is.
No cameras out there, right?
I got
There
a
might
few
be.
things. There's more space.
Not your
No,
couch.
it's full. It's full.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll take care.
Next item, restricted budget.
I talked to, oh, sorry.
No, no.
You got anything
There
on
was, I
restricted
think
budget,
Aaron
Aaron?
was gonna mention something.
What's on there? Do you want to say anything about restricted budget?
No, it's a request for an update.
Oh, okay, good. We're updated.
We are muted?
Yeah, I did it in my GM
Oh,
notes.
okay.
Did you not
Okay.
hear me?
There was a lot of things I was hearing.
So there's no item on the restricted, no, nothing on the restricted budget.
No, it was already presented through the GM notes. Sharp presented something and I think I was listening. All right. Fast forward, election committee to set ballot order and publicly announce candidates. Thank you for being patient, Miss Sandy.
On my way.
Did you bring your cards?
Do you have a microphone? So
Whoa.
I've got to spread out here, so.
That's a pretty good shot. Yeah, come on.
Wow. Okay, well, I can do this with the microphone. I'll do this first. Okay. We're getting to the countdown now. So, with the selection of ballot positions today, pursuant to state law, we cannot print a member list any earlier than 60 days before the election or later than 10. So the 60-day cutoff is January 28th. So anytime after that, we will be printing a list shortly thereafter. So, and the number of memberships on that print list is the number of mail pieces that we have to work with. So once that's printed, then Charlie and me will have enough to check to see whether we have enough envelopes left over from last year, so forth. And we'll know how many ballots and pamphlets to print. Again, a reminder to the membership, as soon as possible, make sure that you notify membership services of any changes in your address, sales, or purchase of property, or any changes of property ownership. Because if you do not present us with a correct address, you will not get a ballot. And we have found out that there's always a handful every year that complain they didn't get a ballot, but never followed through to change their information. So I'm going to ask Anna to keep sending out that warning until election day, okay, or until ballot day. We're going to need 20 people for mailing because we're still going to have more than we usually used to have. So even though we have some corrected addresses, we're still going to have more. So we'll need 20 for mailing, including the 2 from each candidate. So they'll be presenting us with 6. And we'll need that list of your volunteers before we mail everything on the 6th. And I will be notifying you about that. We'll be sending the reminders to dispatch. We'll also need some additional help for the day on February 4th, when we label the envelopes, count them, put them in packets with everything else that goes. And I usually ask former directors to volunteer on that because they generally already know the process. Okay, that means you. Um, your bios, some were turned in with your candidate data sheets, which were good. However, we allow you to make changes if you would like, and all the changes must be submitted by Wednesday, the 21st. And you can just put those, give those changes to the admin desk, and I will come and pick them up. 250 words. And if you go over that, I will give it back to you to change. Okay, you can have less. Okay, we're going to draw for ballot positions, and I brought my ace, deuce, and trade cards for you to draw. And I'm going to have you draw in the order in which you submitted your candidate date sheets, which also happens to be alphabetical. So anyway, let me get the cards out, and then I will call you up.
FYI, Mr. Warren's not here today.
Okay. Did he send somebody to draw for him?
No. Is there anybody here for Warren Thompson to draw for him? Okay.
Is this already on? I
Yes.
know.
Yes.
Okay, well, then he gets the last card. Okay, first of all, let me do this.
Thought that was for us.
For confirmation.
Sure. Okay, but I am going to do the chat for now. Okay. Okay. All right, Warren Thompson is first alphabetically. Whoops, see, we yell at you and then I forget. It's first alphabetically, he's not here. So the second is Joe Ulrich. You want to come up and pick a card? Thank you. He is first on the ballot. Oh, well, that worked out.
I should have just been two cards.
Well, I didn't know he wasn't going to be here. Okay, second is John Wiley. And third is Warren Thompson. Okay, so that will be your ballot order. Joe Ulrich, John Wiley, Warren Thompson. Okay. That goes back in my deck of cards. Okay, so that's process. And from you, I need envelopes, arranging for printing, the letter to the auditor, and our supplies and things. And then for 20 people, that's I think we were being 5 at a table, so that's 4 tables for the setup on the 6th. And also to have the check ready when we find out the number of people, and have the check ready to the post office to get the forms filled out. So that's all we have to do on the 6th is drop off the trays and call the post office to the trays. And they will give you as many trays, pieces of mail are necessary, just like last year.
Yeah, I took them all.
Yeah, last year you did a perfect, absolutely perfect job, best job that ever been done by admin. So I have to thank you. Now expectations are high.
We still have Cassie here.
Yeah. So anyway, any questions? Okay, so I need yours by the 21st. And any changes that Joe or Warren want to make, they need to get them by the 21st. And then I will count the words and we'll get them over to Charlena, and then she will incorporate them into the pamphlet that we send out to with the ballot. Okay, so start thinking about your 2 volunteers that we'll need. And then we'll be taking other volunteers and I'll send out something closer to that election day. And then again, directors, former directors will need you for days when we do the labeling. So just, you all know how to contact me and just let me know if you are willing to help.
Sandy, what I recall is there are issues with the photos. Are you gonna want them to submit it or you all gonna take them?
Well, actually, if they could come in and you can take, the IT guy over here can take a photo for them, of them, and then incorporate it into the pamphlet. And then we have something that is fair to all three of them, instead of submitting your own photo.
You guys see that?
Can you do that?
Anna can do the photos.
The IT guy, you can transfer photos taken here at one of the cameras into to be on pamphlet.
Oh, sure, somewhere.
Oh, yeah. You can
Okay.
do it. I can do it.
So you don't have to take the photos.
Yeah,
Aces, yeah.
rather than them giving us a photo and then you having to try and copy it into something to get it on the pamphlet.
Can you tell me the date that the ballots will be mailed? The date the ballots will be mailed and the date that they're due back to the auditor? Do we know this now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We will be labeling on February 4th. Then they will be put in a secure location Matt's office generally. And then on the 6th, we will actually mail all of the ballots. Okay. And the reason we give them to Matt is because he's a security guy and there's nothing, we've never had a problem with that. So he just puts them in his office and locks them up.
Yeah, you won't be able to find anything anywhere, so.
No, there's.
Nobody will know.
And on the 6th, the ballots go out. Excuse me. On the 6th, the ballots go out and then we take them to the post office that day. The deadline for ballots to be received by auditor for verification and counting, March 13th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. March 13th, and anything received after 5 o'clock that day will not be valid and counted. And again, every year, I'll do the same reminder to the board and to the members. You must use a stamp. You must use the envelope that came with your ballot, and you must sign the ballot. And we still get. Anyway, I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm just trying to remind you because we want all the ballots to be counted. Anything? Any questions?
Is it received or stamped? Does it matter?
It's received.
Received. Okay. Help us people remember.
So you're getting the ballots, generally locally, you're gonna get them with the next day if you live in Bracketville. And within 7 to 10 days. If you have not received a ballot by that time, then you need to contact Sharon. She will verify whether a ballot's been sent to you or not, and give you another one. If you destroy an envelope by mistake or you do something else or whatever, contact Sharon. Once the ballots go out, the committee is out of this and it's Sharon's responsibility to take care of that issue.
So we're gonna set, like we did last year, she was so good at it, that little blonde over there. The ones that stay in Bracketville can stay in Bracketville, they do not have to go to San Antonio, that's correct?
No, they don't. They come the next day. I got mine the next day. But we do. Where the post office requires that we separate when we mail the, excuse me, the Bracketville mailers from anywhere else. And we take care of that right there, mail day. Okay, but they have to be due by 5 o'clock there, because we're not going to burden the auditor with checking postage dates. Okay, government can do that, but you're not going to. So do by that date. And it gives you plenty of time to get them to her because you should have them at least locally, like I said, by the next day, so Monday, which would be the 6th, 9th, I guess. And you got all the way up until the 13th of March to mail them, so there's really no reason to mail them.
We have to get them there by March the 13th.
Yes, 5 o'clock, auditor's office, March 13th, for the won't be counted.
I drove mine to Eagle Pass last year. I literally did. It was like, yeah, it was like 2, 3 days before. I'm not gonna take any chances. So Adam and I hauled up, gathered up a few friends of ours and hauled it to Eagle Pass and dumped them right there. Just to ensure they got,
long.
I don't know, story of my life.
Did you go gambling after that on the way home?
No, we went and ate lunch, I think. No, actually, everything was closed or some kind of freak occurrence. I don't know.
Thank you, Miss Sandy.
You're welcome.
Oh, and just the ballot will reflect uh, a line for writing, correct?
Yes, one line, because there's only one position open. Next year, there's two. So there is one line for write-ins. Okay.
You have a question? I'm
I
sorry.
was just trying
Okay,
to
we're
get the
done.
mic back when she's done. Ooh, Jason.
Maybe I want it.
I think we need two more, one for the audience and one for the GM.
Thank you, Miss Sandy.
You're welcome.
Okay, next item on the agenda for discussion and possible action is purchase a bulldozer slash compactor for landfill. It has been an ongoing subject. Ms. Cavender, you got us some information, please present.
We only have one estimate right now, which was very, very expensive. I believe it was $550,000 for a used bulldozer.
What?
So
A used one, 500?
Compactor.
I'm sorry, compactor. But we're still looking. We just started looking this last week, so that was just one of the first ones that we got, and it was a 2024. I believe it only had 1,500 hours on it, but we'll continue working at looking for one.
I'd like to say that I have a contacted Colt Caterpillar. He is looking in his sales department because they have a big job going on in Brownsville. And a lot of that equipment, they're gonna get rid of after their project. And he's looking for a deal for us. So I haven't heard back from him, but, I have kind of told him what we have and what we can do. And I talked with Philip, and Philip told me exactly what he wanted, and that's what I told him. So I will if I get that information, I'll get it back to you. But I just happened to find out that I knew somebody there. So I thought I would go ahead and try to see what they can come up with. I've talked to them about possibly, because we're a 501(c)(3), that we can go to community council, possibly doing a split where they can donate something, part of it, and we can do part of it. There's a couple of options that we can look at.
Yeah,
So
that would be
that's-
awesome.
Yeah.
And we're
So-
still gonna keep looking, so we can look at
Right.
all the stuff that comes in.
Right. So this is the 2024, I think.
I know,
That's like a brand new one.
I know.
So and we do need the Cat 6, or the D6, for Philip. Because we, like you said, we use it for a lot of other things. And they do have the attachment that John talked about that they put on the back and pack it down and compact it more. So that way it'll be multi-use and not just for them, because I don't know how many days a week would they use it at the landfill?
Right now, they use it just the one day when they're doing regular trash, because it's on Monday, and then they compact it. Well, they start probably in the afternoon on Monday, maybe 2, and then they do it half of the rest of the day on Tuesday. Unless there's something special or something happens, that's about it. That's when they use it.
And then you have other projects that it would be used on the other days.
Yeah, actually, Lee and Philip talked about it because he did want a different machine, but when they talked, he said, well, if you use that machine, then you can't use it anywhere else
Yeah.
on the board. And he goes, the gun club uses it, can use it. Oh, sorry, that's true. So we wouldn't be able to use it in multiple different areas. So to get bang for our buck. But that was a little crazy. That
Good.
What?
What's clarify?
When you and I were talking earlier, I got the impression that this was a compactor, but it's not. This is the bulldozer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not, it's, when I talk about it, I mean, I do get them mixed up.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay,
an
because
expert on the name of
if
it,
you
yeah.
just imagine a pickup truck, but it's
Right.
like armored and it's got wheels on it that are sheep's foot wheels. They make those for like trash compacting.
Yeah,
And that's what I thought you were talking about. This invoice is for a D6XE, which is a dozer.
right,
Okay, yeah, we can get a good dozer and not even be anywhere near this.
yeah, okay, so they've mentioned several different machines to me. And so they told me they needed something universal that they can use instead of just the bow mag is what he originally wanted, which you can't drag that around.
Right, the Bomag is a sheep's foot roller that would be just for compacting. Right. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I'm clear now. I was a little confused there.
Okay.
I think what the board should be prepared for. And then what we should be considering is about $100,000 budget and financing for 5 years, 60 months. And that's gonna have to come out of the restricted fund. It's gonna come out to about $24,000 a year. And it's just gonna have to be a line item on the restricted fund. I don't know any other way. There's gonna be some benefits from that in the depreciation schedule. Of 20,000 a year, so it won't be a dollar for dollar, but it's gonna be close. I think you can do it for 5 years. Might be 7, but I think we're gonna have to be prepared for something like, we can't not open the dump and we can't not have a dozer. And if we get something in that range, it'll be nice enough that we can use it for other projects around the association, but I don't think we need to be in that $250,000 range because it's not something we are gonna use every single day. You know, we just need something that's gonna work, have a 2,000 or 3,000 hour life or more, but in that ballpark, and you know, it'll get us through another 10 years.
How old is $100,000 bulldozer?
I mean, you could get something
17.
20. It depends a lot on the size and it depends on hours, but we'd be looking at something 2005 or 10 to now. Which is not old. I mean, 2010 is not an old bulldozer. They last a long time.
Because the current was 1971.
There you go.
Oh, but it used to work.
That damn thing's older than I am. Oh my God.
And I did talk to Philip because somebody had asked me, well, why don't you fix it? And Philip explained to me that it's unfixable. It's fixed. And it's torn apart and the clutch on it, just to repair the clutch is like $15,000 or $16,000. And so we can trade it in if they want it for parts or something like that. And I did suggest that.
Philip and I talked about that too, because it would be silly for us not to use that to gain money.
Right.
For it. So yes, we would need it and we don't want to leave it laying around here. So that would be the way to go.
So as far
That's
as
the one that we talked about when Mr. Ward wanted to sell us his.
Yeah.
That he would take that one but you know, just things just didn't work out and that's okay. So something better will come up.
I think as far as a goal or an action item for today would be, and we don't have to vote on anything, but the board, we don't have the money to just pay cash for this. It's gonna have to be financed, and we're gonna have to wrap our brains around a budget. And then if we can't establish that budget, then we can't shop for a machine because we don't have any leverage. And, you know, we may be able to find a machine, like Sharon's saying, that's $140,000 machine. But because of a 501c3, we're able to get a $140,000 machine within our budget of 100. I'm just hypothetical numbers, because we can get a $40,000 donation with the dozer, right? But if we don't establish a number, then I don't even see how we can proceed. We cannot move forward without a number.
Go ahead.
And also, it's my understanding then that being an amendment to our approved budget,
Yeah.
we'd have to vote on and approve.
Well, it's not necessarily.
Well, whatever the approved capital budget is.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, so then it's gonna remain pending until next month. We're gonna get more information. Do I need compactor on there or just bulldozer?
Bulldozer.
They take up, no, we're not gonna go after a compactor.
No.
Okay.
And they had talked about that after the agenda already went out. That it would be better to get the bulldozer and not a compactor, because we would be able to use compactor in multiple different places.
And right now, we don't have to agree to establish a budget.
No, I gotta work on it. I hope we get all the audit stuff done and building finished.
Well, no, the budget, does anybody have any issues with, we have to say we're gonna spend up to $100,000 right now?
we don't have, we can't without a.
We don't have enough information
Okay.
to make it.
And if we, John, if we finance it, like, for example, I see Holt there, will Holt do it for, measly 5 or 6%?
Yeah, right.
Well, I think those are,
Well, I
well, I think those are legitimate and good questions. I mean, these are things that we could obviously, Sharon's already chasing some of this down. We could obviously, appeal to them. Obviously as debtors, we're gonna be, very reliable. So, Cat may say, yeah, we'll cut the interest rate down to 2%, which is unheard of. I don't know, but,
The companies do finance it.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely.
We don't have to go to bank and trust and ask for a loan.
There is a lot of negotiation that we can do. We can't really decide on anything until we get some bids
Information.
and some information and find out how much they're gonna give us for free.
Most of that, we're not saying here.
I'm a free person. I like.
I agree.
I
I'm with
like to
you.
hit on
If, but for now, I don't want to leave it just hanging for next month as well. We haven't got enough bids. The goal is to have how many bids by next
I'm gonna
Friday?
try to get at least 4 to 5, and hopefully you'll get something from who you spoke with
So
too.
more than 3.
45 bids, thank you.
What?
And hey, and finding, when you look for equipment, you don't generally go, well, I'm gonna get like 5 examples of what you want. You kind of set a budget and then you leverage off of that. Because you could find something, you need to be ready to pounce when you find something good, right?
Well, I'm
So for instance, you come to this board meeting with 5 proposals. Hey, I found 5 bulldozers, or I find 5 bulldozers. I pull those reports on next week. Well, it's 3 weeks to the next meeting. They're all gone, right? Or you find them that week, and then by the time you get action is voted on, and then you go back around on the back end, they're all gone. So I've been doing this for a long time. The better approach is to have a budget for you. Now, if you want to get examples like, hey, this hour range, this year range, this is about where they're at, and then we can establish budget off that, that's great. But when you find one, it's like, that's the one, you need to be able to move on it. You need to be able to leverage whatever we can leverage, negotiation wise with the 501c3 and all of that, because otherwise you're always going to be behind, and that equipment can move.
Yeah.
Dozers move pretty fast. So, and especially if it's a good deal. So
Then do we need to say, you can look for one, if you get one, and you get a super one for 90,000, get it?
well, I don't know.
No, he's saying shop around, find out what the estimated cost is kind of between.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
Let's set a goal of finding, 10 to 15 really good examples of what we need. And then, in my opinion, they don't have to be a cab, but due to the fact that we all want, I would think we might all want this to be able to be used for other things. Like, for instance, we came down and we mulched the edge of the right of ways for the hunting club, right? For all the hunting program. That would have been necessary to those, or they could have just bladed them out. Right. And so then, and it's not going to regrow at the rate that it is now. So there's lots of perimeter, fire breaks, all this other stuff. We're getting increasingly drier. But when you do this stuff, now you run into the risk of you hitting beehives, disturbing that kind of stuff. I would not allow my men to ever be in anything that's open cab. And I don't know anything that's open cab. It's just too dangerous. It's too much liability. And so I would want our guys personally to be in an enclosed cab. And to have AC and stuff like that to be able to operate.
I
So,
agree.
as far as the bar would be like a D6 level, or even a D7 with, enclosed cab. And then we can find some examples of that. We can put a report together, submit it to the board, and then we can get a ballpark figure, and go from there. So that everybody's educated on it. Will that work?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
We just had a gentleman here in the last several months that got killed. He was killed because he hit a beehive, and he was led by the beehive.
I know.
Chuck Hall.
Yeah, remember everybody thought it was somebody on the fort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
That's what I was gonna say too, because we had a friend out in Marfa that was clearing some land and stuff and got the killer bees.
Yeah.
He was killed instantly.
It doesn't take much, that's for sure.
and that one's going to cost more, right? With enclosed cab.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
But
With the heat here, and then we have more days of hot weather than we do cool weather, the guys need something.
I got you.
It's not common to find an open cab and you can't even
Not
find a
nowadays,
cabinet
but-
new model anymore, right? So, I mean, really, anything after 2005 or 10, it's all closed.
We do this by email, or we, if something came up?
I don't think we could do it by email. Because like Aaron's saying, we'd have to
It's a
admit,
major capital.
yeah, it's a major capital expense. We have to amend the budget.
But you just talked about pounding on it, that's what I'm saying.
But if we can just get examples to be able to make a better decision next meeting, I think that's what we need.
All right, it remains pending. Next item, capital net revenue allocation percentages, resolution 2022.
I want a motion to, since I requested that, I want a motion to flip 3 and 4 because the story in the presentation kind of supports
That's fine.
that.
Go to 4. Let's go to 4, presentation of motel repairs. I wonder what the audience, let's see if it's.
For the lucky few that stayed for
For the diehards.
Are we gonna, how long is,
about the motel.
how long is this presentation gonna be?
Longer than field deal?
Certainly, no, there's nothing.
I was just gonna say it's lunch time and I don't know if
I
somebody's.
don't want to come back.
You don't wanna, okay, that's good. That's fine. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that's not.
Travis' birthday.
Happy birthday, Travis.
Happy birthday, Travis.
Let's go have some drinks
Happy
about the
birthday.
pizza.
3 dots in the upper right there. There's 3 dots next to it, right? And then go to presentation.
3 dots next to.
Oh,
Yeah, next to the right, upper right, a little more to the right. There you go, sir. There you go. Present. There you go.
All right, this is just a recap of start to where we are currently. And it is strictly, it's just what's happened from the beginning to now. And I really mean from the beginning. We're gonna go to the establishment of the fort. Just kidding. So this is Patton Hall 1931. This is brand new Patton Hall. You know, we're familiar with this building, but I don't think we think about really how old it is and the transformation that has occurred. And that's kind of what the presentation is about. So this is brand new, brand spanking new. Here we are, 1938. Relatively new. They decided to let stuff grow all over it.
That looks good.
Rest of the same.
Also 1938. 1944, the shot includes the administration building. And then you can see also, I want to point out the roof there, just for everyone. That is not small shit right there.
That's asbestos roof.
It lasts. So here we are, 1979. You can see we have had the modification to add air conditioning units over the doors, which is how they cooled it then, I guess. That when it was first converted to a motel. I mean, I don't know that 1979 was when it was first converted. I'm just it's the only picture. And then here we are today. So brand new to last year. Obviously, a number of modifications have been made to the structure at this point. But you can see rot and damage. And this is why this was raised, I don't know, March, April, I guess. And that's just one part. There's more. So a visual inspection was made, and this is done by me. And you can see I documented how there are original fasteners still remaining. However, it's 10 to 15% of the structure. The vast majority of the structure has been rebuilt differently than it was originally assembled. So here you can see bolts holding together these compound beams that hold the floor joists. Here you can see it's been assembled together with a nail gun. And for simple understanding, a bolt diameter and being tied together in compression is substantially more than the friction of a nail or diameter of a nail. It is a radical difference in connections. And even the beams here are also nailed. where you can see it's bolted and strapped in other places. Now, this is the bolt and strap doesn't just hold. Sorry. The bolts and straps don't just keep the members together. The straps right here are also preventing uplift from occurring, which is a real concern on a balcony like this, where effectively the roof is a wing to be lifted on with wind force. So people think of a gravity load all the time, but wind load is a major consideration the more and more you go up. So, and additionally to the connections, you can see that the use of a plywood deck with carpet on top of it has may have been a good short-term fix. It's quieter, but the carpet draws moisture. The plywood is not designed to handle constant moisture, and so it doesn't last at all. It takes just a little bit of time to start rotting, and that becomes really dangerous. Furthermore, that thickness of plywood is not actually as strong as tongue and groove of the same thickness, which is the historic application. So you can see the transition from plywood to a tongue and groove. This may not be the original tongue and groove, but it has been replaced as tongue and groove. So this is another issue of construction repairs for the past. So then the areas of concern were documented by me, created drawings, sent areas identified, gave them dimensions so they could run span load calculations and consider the fastener connections. Then the engineer gave us a report. And this isn't the whole report, but this is showing you here's the engineer, here's his seal. And these are actually the engineer's pictures documenting what they considered dangerous conditions that needed to be addressed immediately or shore the building. So it was either repair or, repair now or close it off and shore it so you can use it. So you can see they talk. There's beam splices going on. That's his first picture, which beams should span column to column. And when they've been replaced, they just have nailed them together with joints in the middle. So it's not actually really supporting the rafter. Similarly, I told you about uplift and strap. This is a beam to column connection. You can see that beam has shifted over almost 1.5 inches, which means the roof is moving off the columns. This is occurring because it's not strapped in place. Similarly, rafter connections, there are none, so they're just resting on top with a nail, and even the stables have a massive spike kind of driving down through the rafter into the beam. So once again, insignificant faster uplift. Rock we already know. Again, same corner they reported. Same. Here's again another beam connection with no straps, so there's no vertical load considered. And then also there's the rotten column to concrete connections, which there are lots of fastener types that hold the wood off of the concrete, which increases rot. So the critical findings from the engineer's report: uplift connections missing, rotten members, inadequate fasteners, compromised column beam joints, splice conditions, column bases unanchored. Those are their words. Immediate actions recommended by them: remove carpet plywood, replace rotten beams, columns, add positive connections, verify beam to wall pockets, repair plinths, break shore structure or close for repairs, as I mentioned.
What are plinths?
The plinth,
I'm sorry.
this concrete little riser right here holding the column, that's a plinth. And you can see on the administration building where even a version of it out in the courtyard, there should be a metal strap connecting the column to the plinth so it can't just slide off.
Like a concrete anchor.
Right. And the stables are constructed the same way, except the stables have 80 to 90% of their straps intact. The stables are actually in surprisingly much better shape than our hotel. So then from the engineer's correspondence with me, a pricing set with a number of options was sent out to bidders. So this is one sheet of that. I mean, you're not gonna be able to read this, but that's a plan, identifying all the areas. And the next sheet is details, but this is, you can see on the bottom there in the bottom left, that's 4 different ways to make that beam connection as recommended by, well, between the engineer and I for pricing purposes. In other words, which one of these, all of these are approved details, but which one is the most cost effective slash historic? There's been the only thing I've heard from people, I mean, everyone cares about cost, but people also don't want to run the historic. This is one of our historic structures. So the cheapest solution is not necessarily the historic solution. And some of these other things here, some simple straps. This could be a hand force strap, which is all dimensioned out, or this is a Simpson strap, which relatively has the same, shape and look. Whichever, could be cheaper is acceptable per the engineer. Same thing, more connections. You can see plinth connections. These are 3 different options. And it was like price out whichever one works slash whichever one looks the way we want it to look. And then more recently, with a push towards a historic look, which would be keeping our original 2x8 composite joists, the application of what's called a flitch beam, which is just a piece of steel, this gray part, sandwiched between the 2x8s, allows us to keep the original member size. It's what I consider the historic option. So this is the last sheet created. Once pricing has already been obtained for submission to other steel people, because the original pricing set just gave a bunch of options. This actually gives enough information for a fabricator to fabricate the plate of steel with the pre-drilled holes that would go at every beam. So there's 10 of them. And it's really just a 3/8-inch piece of steel with holes drilled in it. It's not, nothing crazy. It's not any kind of flange beam or whatever. So that is start to finish, from inspection to engineer to coming out here, looking at it, debating solutions, presenting the solutions for bids coming in, and further development once a bid was selected to get the project going. And we are tentatively scheduled to start the week of January 19th. That's the earliest availability. And that's it. And we're just doing.
Members, I mentioned cost, how much, I know it's over 100,000.
Both structures are. But each structure is not.
Yeah.
So this is going to be done one structure at a time. One, that's the capacity of the builder. 2, that allows us to still operate the motel while we're doing construction. 3, the deadline for the first building complete will allow us at least 75% occupancy in time for Fort Clark days. That's the deal. And the builder has said that he can hit that deadline if he starts immediately. So, and that's in my world of construction, that's not an impossible deadline by any means, because this is just a frame job with a little bit of fabrication. So, relatively simple. And then also in doing one building at a time, we don't have to spend $100,000 all at once. We actually, with a 50% deposit, we're spending 25% of the total cost at once. Furthermore, this allows an evaluation of the job done on one motel before proceeding to a second motel. And things that turn up, which some of this is exploratory, because as I mentioned, there were connections. The motel appears to be, at a glance, appears to be a masonry building like our commissary, but it is not. It is a frame building with a masonry veneer, and you can tell that because we have metal straps tying a wood member going through the wall, and they're tying into another member. A part of what the engineer's report requests is to investigate this. Well, one, you can see we do have there's one remaining. But where they're not, there needs to be some kind of connection, because these beams also don't just sit on a veneer wall of stone, because a wind could just pull the beam right out. So
Aaron, are you going to invite your engineer friends and provide a room or two for them? And a tab at the Dickman to come and inspect the work once it's done?
engineer inspections cost money.
Otherwise,
Yeah, and
Right, it's gonna cost more money.
so far
I
they,
said a room and a tab at the Dickman.
I mean, this has been a volunteer project of mine, but also the engineers who are friendly with me for sure. They haven't come anywhere close to billing us anything. We've paid a total of $350, which we voted to approve. That does not come close to, that's like 1 or 2 hours total time.
I'm not even sure we need them. I'm asking you if that's what if you're considering, since you're kind of like the person monitoring this. If not, that's fine. If it's, if you tell me it's solid, we're solid.
Well, so I have said that I would assist during construction as needed. Construction administration is what we would call it, to ensure that the details are understood and being executed.
Correct.
And so that I'm basically on call the whole of construction, and I'll probably be checking on it weekly. And when I say checking on it weekly, I mean I'll be here more often. So that's it in a nutshell. That's the motel, is where it is, how we got here, and where we are.
And both, this is where the special assessment's going.
Well, no, so this is very important, and it's why I wanted to present this before I believe correctly. The statement that there has to be a deficit is the reason for a special assessment. Where that ties into the motel is this is a $100,000 expense that adds to a deficit, which is the problem. That there is a deficit. I don't want to switch this into the deficit assessment conversation, because this was just to be about the motel, but it contributes to a deficit, which is why it is part to be considered. But so does the bulldozer. A lot of things do. This is just a massive chunk. This is a long-term fix though.
Yeah.
So just like the bulldozer, this will last. This fix should outlast me, if it's maintained properly.
How much is turnkey on the one?
Approximate. So they're not identical. I want to say one of them was, I don't have it in front of me, but maybe 54,000 for one. And the other was a couple thousand off of that. They're relatively the same, but 54.
Okay, so the fix one complete motel unit is $60,000.
54.
I'd rather keep it at 54.
I know, but Murphy's Law is if you start tearing things apart, something pops up.
In remodels, certainly the term can of worms is what it's called.
Yeah.
You open up a can of worms. You can choose not to open that can though. That's what we've done to get to this point.
All right.
Put some duct tape on the can.
Any questions?
I think it's pretty amazing.
All right.
Thanks to Aaron, we have saved thousands of dollars on these
Correct.
drawings. He has been spending hours and hours on this and putting this together, so we really appreciate the volunteer.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And this TV was a really good investment. We're getting some really good use out of it.
Still want to go to lunch, Sharon?
Just for clarification, we're using a local construction company to do the job, MK Buildings, correct?
I haven't eaten since yesterday
All right, we go back to number three, Aaron, capital net revenue allocation percentages.
So in response, clearly, um, we've had some response on the special assessments, and as I mentioned, it's not specifically for the motel, that just contributes to the deficit. And one of the responses was, why doesn't the motel pay for itself? As in, why doesn't revenue from the motel go into repairs from the motel? And in again, what then has been presented to me is that we actually do have a resolution on the books that says the revenue, and this was discussed earlier,
Many times.
today, several times, that the RV park, so I have the resolution here, from 2022 that says the Barracks Inn, aka the motel, the RV park, the golf course, the hunt program, and HOA real estate all are supposed to allocate 20% of their net revenue. So in understanding people don't want to pay extra, the question is, why are we not doing this?
With the new P&Ls, with the labor and everything broke out properly, then it should be much easier to know what we would have to put in if we start to follow this.
Okay, I'll talk on this for a minute. I like to make multiple points here, and first point I would make is that this was implemented in late 21 or 22, beginning of 22.
October.
Okay, October of 2022. Okay, so it's probably voted on just before that.
I'm the only director on it, still here that signed on it.
Okay. And Peterson left in 2023 mid-year.
May.
And this had not been implemented. Okay, in a year that I have the audit right here of 2022. Okay, so we're just gonna run a scenario here. Because we just because this exists does not make us the Federal Reserve Bank. Okay, we cannot create nor destroy. Okay, no, we're good. We can't destroy money. We can't create. Okay, so this is all fine and dandy, but the facts aren't fact in here because we run a deficit every year. Okay, so I'll just make a simple analogy and then I'll go to here. If you have most Americans have two accounts. They have a general checking account and they have a savings account. If your general checking account runs out, you go, well, crap, I got to get to my savings account. You pull money out of it and that goes into your general checking account. You can look at this resolution the same exact way, that these would be savings accounts. But in no year since the implementation of this has there been a positive year. Every year has been a loss. So we can go through the administrative burden of making these accounts and creating all of this, but then at the end of the day, we're going to drain those accounts at the end of our fiscal year to make up for our deficit, which just seems silly. And I think a better way to do it would be, this isn't a bad idea. It's a bad idea right now. Until we have a year that has a positive year, there is no money to put in these accounts. But you did ask a question. You said, why doesn't revenue pay for repairs? Because the revenue pays for the assessments. It pays for the deficit in the assessments. So if your assessments covered 100% of all of the association's costs, then yeah, whatever profit we had here, we could take and put back into these with an auto capital, but you could put back into these, we'll call it businesses. So I have the audit year of 2022. And in that year, the motel made $444,000, the RV park made $164,000, the hunt made $102,000. Okay, if we just take the golf course, if we just take the motel and the RV park at 20%, that would be $120,000 that we would have to set aside for repairs to be invested back into the motel and the RV park. But in a year where the revenue was over $450,000 higher than any year that we've been here because of some really good numbers, there was still $124,000 deficit.
John, is that, I'm sorry to interrupt, is that a cash deficit or
It's an accrual.
so we're using bad debt?
Hold on.
Using,
Hold on, yeah, and I don't know how the bad debt works exactly, so that's gonna be a good point. I have those notes written down here. So now, we have a depreciation which accounts for 140,000 of that. So you could say, well, we're like 16,000 in the green, call it, okay? My point is that and bad debt has never been this high before, 182, which is what it is on here. I've never seen those numbers after this year. So at the end of the day, until we start having years where we make money, this just becomes an administrative burden because we're taking money that we need in the general fund and then putting it in wherever other allocation and then sucking it back out at the end of the fiscal year. And even if it's not, even if the depreciation and the bad debt supersedes that or cuts under that, and there's a positive, if it doesn't exceed 20%, then you're still pulling out of those accounts 7%, 12%, 19%. You're still pulling money out of there. Now you got to have a discussion about how much money you pull out of there. Because as I pointed out last night, the motel in just our budget currently, the motel, the hunt program, and the RV park, by just a broad estimation, saves us $25 a month per membership in a payment. Well, if you take that money and you start putting it aside, then you don't have that money sitting in that account anymore. So now you either have to have a discussion about taking it back out or raising the assessments or whatever the case may be. I think this complicates things. I don't think it's bad. I just think we need to have some years that are good years where we're making money, and then not years and years. I would say once we have a year where we've made money and we're in the black, we can start talking about implementing this. But as long as we're not, I truly just don't see how you implement it.
All right, I'd like to respond to that. I can surely understand how a blanket 20% on net revenue doesn't always make sense. I can understand that. However, when it comes to structures like this, our historic structures generally, and this is for any house repair, but definitely historic structures, without regular maintenance, you get to massive costs. If the motel was painted every so often years, which is, and this ties into the restricted budget also, for all of our buildings. It costs a lot more to let it get this bad than it does to regularly put money towards it. So maybe 20% doesn't make sense, but maybe 5% does. That's where the restricted budget is really important to understand what expectations are. We know we're going to have to replace the roof at some point. We know we need to keep wood painted so that it won't rot, and that costs regular money. That in the short term, we can say we had a bad year, but if we have 5 bad years followed by the collapse of a structure, which is catastrophic, it would have been better savings, especially on a money-making building like the motel, which even on a bad year, you said in your earlier presentation, I think that's $100,000 on a bad year. So if we lose that, then it becomes really problematic. So maybe 20% doesn't make sense, but something needs to, because then we find ourselves in a bad year, like a deficit year, like we talk about, and we have massive repairs that need to happen. And it's like, well, here we are, how else, we're in a deficit. So then it goes to special assessment. So the conversation is also about how do we avoid a special assessment? Because no one wants a special assessment. I mean, I'm happy to pay these. I'm happy to give the association whatever money I can. I'll put money in the jar right now. Seriously. But it's not an intentional thing to, members talk about the pain, and being hurt by, a board that doesn't care and just take their money. And I don't want to do that. I would much rather the hotel take care of itself. And that's why I just bring this up anyway, because if even in bad years, if we had saved in 5 years, if we had 10 to 15,000 set aside per year, the hotel would be taken care of. And so I don't know what that percentage means per building. That really requires an assessment. We only know about the hotel because I've spent a lot of time evaluating that structure. I've stared at every beam. And I haven't even gone on the inside. You know, I know.
Don't look at the electrical.
Don't go there.
Well, I should bring that up though. And I mentioned this in when we were discovering
Unless we start
contracts.
chunking money in there, then we can look at the.
We did talk about it.
Well, I want to put this on the record for the membership. So naturally, when you take the balcony down, the electrical that's attached to the balcony is also taken down. It needs to be taken down regardless of the condition of the balcony. So that's an additional cost. It's not a lot. It's just a couple lights,
It has to be done.
but it's necessary. Similarly, we've got a rat's nest of cable internet stuff that I don't think is even functional.
No, it's
It
not.
looks like Bolivia.
So and these
I've been
things.
there. I'm serious, it looks like Bolivia.
I think it's more like Thailand.
But we don't want our guests, you know, hunters, whatever, to see something like that, that just like was brought up in the town hall. That doesn't encourage anyone to come here, buy a place, and they're like, well, look at that. Like the horrible thing, you know, that's the best accommodation they have for us. And I think we're moving forward in the right direction as far as addressing these things, including the Dickman Hall. I was up there last night,
It's nice.
by myself because
It's nice.
that's how I hang out at Dickman Hall. No, but I was really happy to see the progress on it, and that's been volunteer work. There's been talk of that cost being too much. It's actually in great shape. Again, substantially better shape than the motel. A lot of these buildings, I'm finding, yes, there's been a lot of volunteer work in repairing them, which is amazing. The adult center is another example. They're not really in horrible condition. Like they're not as falling apart as I had assumed. The stables is a good example. It's actually in pretty decent shape. The motel just is not. And this actually we got a taste of a reserve study where they walked by and addressed all the buildings, and motel got a poor rating, and it's not the only one, but I think poor is a generous statement. So here we are, but I'm getting off subject here. The point is the motel will cost more if it's not regularly taken care of, and it is the most used and abused building we have, with all the people coming through.
Well, I agree 100%, and I'm not disagreeing at any level that repairs have to be made. Not at any level. I agree 100% that there's yearly things that absolutely have to be done. What I'm trying to say is that piece of paper is not a magic piece of paper. It does not create money. So we can put money in those accounts and do all that, and that's fine, but it does not create money. So what I don't want the membership to ever think is that if this resolution is acted upon, that somehow another special assessment would never happen. That's not true. Because this money here, for instance, in this year right here, if you would have taken the 20% just on 2 items, the general fund would have been $120,000 poorer. So the money's gone. It doesn't just magically appear because it's being put to the side. It's $120,000 poorer in that year. So the idea that if we implement this, that there would never be a special assessment, or that we would never have to raise assessments because we'd all of a sudden have all this money, that is not true. And I don't like that idea of trying to push that. Maintenance, also stuff does need to get done. But the only thing that this does is maybe shields that money to where you're looking at the general fund or the budget more critical, and you're trying to make harder choices of where that money goes, but it does not create money.
Right, you know, but a lot of times it takes money to make money, and if we make smart choices, like maybe we need to do better marketing on the motel. We put money aside. It doesn't, I'm not saying it has to go to physical repairs. It could be to marketing to the motel. It could be something related to the motel. And even if we put money in that bucket and later we need to divert it to something else, we'll just vote on that and say, look, well, we've been stacked up too much in motel and maybe we should pick something else with that. Or we need to reduce the percentage. But if we don't start trying to follow something and see how it goes, I mean, we're not gonna be, tied into this 20% if we next month or 3 months from now, we're like, this ain't working. We gotta get it down to 10 and whatever we can reevaluate, but we've got to start somewhere with something. And you're right, it's like a guardrail. It's like, we might have to make hard choices with our operations budget because we're gonna put some money back into our commercial activities. But it's not like we're chained to this idea forever. It's not like we can't just vote the whole resolution down today or 6 months from now, if that's what we choose. I just think we should start trying to do it. And if it doesn't fly, then it doesn't fly. Or we need to adjust it when we adjust it.
Can we do 5%?
I was just gonna say, I think, you had a good point. 20%, I mean, ideally would be good if we were showing black all the time, but I think we start, but maybe do 10. And if it works and it's going good, then we can change it again and go a little bit higher. I feel 20 is a lot at this point in time. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work in the future, but right now I think, because I was just looking at the hunt and then I was looking at the motel. I think it would be a good start, but I don't think we should start big. I think we should start in between.
I also
and
think that not every entity necessarily needs the same percentage. I mean,
That
maybe
maybe some
hunting's
yes.
all
Because I'm
tweaked
gonna
out.
say, what,
doesn't
golf ain't
need
gonna do
much.
it right now. They
Golf,
don't
golf
make
has never made money in their history of their life, so they're never gonna ever put a penny into this. They're only sucking off these other
That
commercial
was very
entities.
wishful thinking. So
I do
How
want
does it affect-
clarification
How does it
though.
affect you?
What is HOA real estate? Is that the land that we're selling?
yes.
Yeah, what you don't know, Shar, is that before, like right when I got on board, there was like a blitz to get a lot of the real estate sold.
Mhm.
And so I think in that year, well, I don't remember exactly what, you have to look at the audits, but it was a lot. We were doing sometimes 30,000-40,000 a month in the real estate sales.
Gotcha.
Because we were doing that blitz. But it was all like the really good lots were sold off very quickly.
Sure.
And then we still had 50 something left over or whatever it was. So I feel much more comfortable at 10, and I think that's a lot more reasonable. And I think I like Jason's idea that at least for a temporary period, we can be doing it in a reasonable manner. And then looking, once we get towards the end of our, say in the fourth quarter, then we need to continue to have a discussion about, hey, how does this look in the fourth quarter? Do we need to pull this money back out? And start tweaking the idea of, well, now you have this pot of money sitting here. If there is a $3,000 sewer repair, does it come out of that fund from that specific year? And then start tweaking that out and figuring that out and being able to track that a little bit. Because you're already going to be able to track it per the spreadsheet you already showed me. But does it come out of that reserve?
Yeah.
So.
Sean, how are you gonna administer? Are you gonna be able to administer it? I mean, will the monies accordingly?
Travis has got
Yes,
some plans
I
on that.
can say,
But she's the one that's gonna do it.
I can say it because you would be working on it. Now that we have them in departments,
Yeah. Now.
you can see,
Yeah.
that's gonna make. it
You would just
easy.
create a line item for the 10%.
Well, what we would actually do is this would be, so you don't need a new account. Okay, you don't need a new account, you don't need anything like that. You got your operating money that's coming in. I believe the best practice, and I'll think about this more and can talk with Charlene about it. You would just create an account on your balance sheet where that money would sit. It would actually even stay in the operating fund, like in the operating account, so it would stay there. That way, something happens, right, John, like the sewer repair, and you gotta do it now, right? And you don't, so that to move from an operating account, all you have to do is approve an expenditure over 1,500, right? And you can do that via email though. But let's say it's the middle of the night or whatever, and middle of the week, and it's in the restricted fund. Now you have a problem. You got to call a meeting. You got to do this. You got to do that. No, it stays in the operating account, but it moves over on the balance sheet as the
So
motel.
you take it out.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you leave it in the account, but on paper it moves to the balance sheet as still an operating account. So
Let me understand this. It goes to the balance sheet, but on the budget,
Mhm.
budget versus, it would show whatever less on there because we're putting it over on the balance sheet.
Yeah, you're gonna see it removed and it would be a journal entry, so you're just gonna see a decrease in the revenue.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
want to know, because I
Yeah.
don't want it to sit there and we forget that, hey.
No, it'll be very, and this is why you should have a P&L, cash flow statement, and a balance sheet. Because that will show you the money as it moves over and you can see it all at one point. And so, you know, John, you hit on a couple of things about the administrative burden, and then you circle back to, the using the money when you need to, right? And so what the idea, I mean, I authored this resolution, so I can kind of tell you the thought process behind the whole thing. A memo was there too. It's to show, okay, you're bringing this money in, you have a plan as to how you're going to invest in these buildings to keep us from getting into a place. And then when you do have to do something, you have a conversation about it. And you said it a couple of times. We have to have a conversation about moving this money back or doing this, whatever. That's what keeps everyone here feeling warm and fuzzy that, there's a lot of eyes on what's going on. And when you do that, it makes makes everyone's life simpler because it's like, well, okay, they're moving that money over, it's there. We had this operational issue. They moved, well, let's say the hunt makes $200,000, right? This doesn't need to be at 20%. How much more can you invest back now? I'm sure if you ask Clay and Lee, they could find a way to spend as much as you want, right? But they're going to be reasonable and they're going to say, we only need 8 or we need 6 or whatever. And so the resolution was designed so that it could be adjusted by what fits the association right now. So, but the idea is to create these bumpers, these guardrails that are there. The money's moved over once a quarter. It doesn't have to be an arduous thing that has to happen every month with every journal entry, right? You do it once a quarter, and then it creates the conversation around if we have to deviate from that. And then that's just more transparency around, hey, we had a water leak at this place, or we had this. And so like when these things happen, like the motel, we've all known, all of us that have been around the motel, we've known this is coming, right? We just didn't know when or how or what. But it starts to open the eyes because people start hearing it more. They're saying, look, they had to do this and they had this conversation around moving money from here to this and operational to that or whatever. And it just creates more of a conversation and people don't feel like it's snuck up on them. It's front of mind for you because you think about this and have these conversations amongst the board all the time, right? It's not front of mind for people that are going to work, raising children, every day, right? That they don't think about what's going on in the association. So the thought process was to start showing more of what is being done in the background, and that's what I've often been accused of, is that we didn't show when I was on the board and when I was board president, I did not do a good job of showing the membership what was going on behind the scenes because we were doing a lot of work in the backgrounds that didn't show everything. And this is to show that things are happening, that thought is being put into what's being done, and it's always adjustable. You still have ultimate power. It's still in the operating budget, right? It's just to make it more transparent.
So you're saying, even though the numbers are in here, that we can adjust it, what we just talked about right now, without amending this?
No.
You have to amend
You
this.
have to amend it, but it was built and structured so that, honestly, I'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting. I would say, I might even have the document. And you can just change the percentages or leave them open and bring it to the meeting. Y'all can decide with some actual numbers, like what
You could just change the resolution to say, a percentage varying between 0 and 20%
I
to be
think that
decided
would-
upon, at the board's leisure. And,
Yeah.
and essentially if it ever needs to change back and forth from 0 to 20, that's a simple, hey, let's talk about it. Let's vote based on where we're at in a good year or a bad year.
So can we just vote today on the 0 to 20 change and fix it at
We'd
10?
have to
Yeah.
put together.
I don't know. I think if we go 0, we'll never put any money back. That's
Well,
just
what-
my-
I'm just saying that just
I
gives
know,
you the
but if we
ability
can
to-
go to 0, we'd probably just stay at 0.
Well,
Well, that's a
We can
And 20
decide that.
If 20% is a maximum right now, why I mean, if we're under the 20 maximum, why do we need to make any major change?
Because
The
that
resolution
is
says
what
we
it
can set money
says.
aside,
It
says
doesn't,
set money aside, right now it's at maximum 20%.
It's
no,
just
it
20.
is 20
All right, well,
across the board. You
I
have
thought
to
there'd be a little
amend
more
it.
flexibility in that.
Yeah,
No, it's the reason that it's set the way it's set is so that there has to be a conversation
right.
about it. That's the reason it's set like that. And so what I would recommend is that you.
5 to 20.
Well, so next month, we've already talked about, there's several amendments that we need to do to the budget. We should bring this resolution and change the percentages to say to be set in the operating budget. And then we can amend it, and so that the percentages you have every year, you have the opportunity to set those percentages with the operating budget. It's actually part of the operating budget.
So I'm trying to understand on that, like if the motel makes a profit, it's, as it sits now, it's, you take 20% of of the profit out
So,
and you put it back into the motel.
well, yes, so there's gonna be a balance sheet, I guess, that would differentiate those, correct? Or,
I want
Yeah.
to chime in. So as it's written, it's 20% goes back into operations reserve fund, not necessarily the motel. This is just saying across the board, the 20 of these 5 items, that 20% has to go into the operations reserve fund, which means it could go to anything.
oh,
That's
So it's
reserve
not
funds
yeah,
used
not
used for.
restricted
It's not
reserves.
specific for each one.
No,
No, it's meant so that it
Okay.
can support so that the commercial entities can support the commercial entity.
Oh,
Yeah.
not per one. So,
Right.
so
No,
motel
it's
can
just
help
a, yeah.
something
So
else.
again,
It's
Hunt,
there.
if the Hunt has a bang out year and they make $500,000,
So what's to stop it from just being all burned up at the golf course? I'm sure someone's gonna say that.
well, that's y'all. But you
That would
decide
be-
how it gets
That would be
spent.
up to us on how we spend it.
I mean, if
that's
you-
why it doesn't specify where it goes.
right.
Uh,
So the 5 of you are the ones that decide how the money gets spent. So
No doubt, further discussion.
But also we could track though, how much each entity is contributing. Because we're taking that percentage off of the monthly, income.
yeah, you'll certainly know what contributes what.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Will it make your life any easier?
You know,
I mean, be
I
honest.
I think it's a good idea. I think we have to, start now. And then we can work our way up. You should take little steps and work your way up. But I think it's a good idea.
It's a good long-term idea, right? It's a good long-term idea for our long-term future and sustainability.
We're not caught up with having to scavenge money here and there.
Okay,
Right now, how far over are you on your budget versus what you projected? I mean, I'm gonna make the argument that you should be.
I have no idea.
We don't,
I have no idea.
Okay, well, you can look at it. You can-
versus.
And you don't need the
versus
assessments to be in there
Yes.
to know what you did over on the budget.
Okay.
You just,
Yeah, that's the
you
thing.
just need the expenses to be categorized correctly. It's irrelevant how much
I still
assessment.
don't know that. I'm not knocking anybody.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
I still don't know that. I've never seen, I don't have that
Yeah,
report.
well, she has the reports now, so she can get them out. But what I'm saying is, okay, so now and I'm gonna take the opposite side of what you're saying. Right now, you've got an operating budget
Mhm.
that is sufficient for the year. You also have a budget for your income for each of those business units. If you're over that, why would you not try and stockpile a bunch of that right now?
Well, we can.
Right.
I'm just saying, changing this not to be just 20, from 5 to 20 to give us that opportunity to be flexible.
Okay, so you're saying just
Yes.
change the wording, not necessarily
Yes,
what you're
yes,
doing. Okay.
yes,
Yeah, 5 to 20 seems good.
Because
That
now
way
we
it
don't
doesn't
have
go
to
to
stack it.
zero.
right.
Because next year we may not have a pipeline, we may not have,
That's true.
whatever coming. through.
Yeah.
So.
So this will be
we may get
amended,
But if you do
Yes,
everything,
we would amend that,
or just pulled and then start over again?
yeah, well,
yeah, with the different wording.
so
well, once again, though, if we do it, if we follow the budget. And you were gonna make a comment, you were gonna say, well, if the hunting program had a bang up year and they did $500,000. Well, that $500,000 doesn't go in the general fund and then just disappeared. It would go in the general fund, it would sit there, and if we followed the budget, we would be $480,000 richer in the general fund. And then if the motel broke down, you'd be like, okay, let's get it fixed. It's gonna be 120 grand. We're gonna write a check for it. Yeah, I'm just trying to say, we have to be very careful about how that's pitched because this idea that somehow this creates money is not. It's a bad way to spin it.
Well, I don't know how that's ever been said that it creates money. It doesn't.
It doesn't even make you save money. It just, if you're following a budget, it doesn't fix anything. It just makes you put money into a savings account. It doesn't fix anything.
It's gonna fix people out here. It's gonna fix the sentiments out here.
I still don't understand that. And maybe it's just my mind, and that's okay. But I just want to be very careful about that. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We should try it. I don't like 20%, but go from there.
So I'm gonna see if we're okay, unless I kind of want to close this
Okay.
and just say, I motion that we amend, we put together an amendment to this, for the next meeting.
I thought, Travis said he and Charlena would work on the budget and see what they felt like they could do, and you two are gonna amend a resolution together and bring it back to us at the next meeting. That's what I understood.
I would like the idea of the five, keep it flexible, five,
Yeah,
5
that's
to
what we,
20%.
that's what we did. Yes, we agree. Yeah.
Okay. We good?
No, I put a motion
Oh,
on the floor.
second.
I motion
I
that we
second.
amend this.
All those in favor of making amendment to the resolution, capital list and net revenue allocation, all those in favor? Unanimous? Okay.
Aaron, you made the motion, but did you make a second?
No, Jason did.
did.
Okay. Last item on the list. Mr. Long, requested this one. Clarify and document any.
For the maintenance.
Oh, I'm sorry, obtain and no, two more things. Obtain maintenance contract for vehicles and heavy equipment, Ms. Sharp.
Who put that on there? The maintenance contract for vehicles and
He was
heavy.
supposed to get he was supposed to give you bids on that.
He hasn't been able to get any yet. He's waiting for, I'm sorry, he's waiting for callback.
Yeah, things
It's
are
dead. He's waiting for callbacks.
So that's we're gonna present that next.
Yeah.
I would just say
It's looking
that
for them.
this sounds like a great idea, but if you pay a mobile mechanic to come do this, like minimum $150 an hour. I mean, that's what you're gonna pay.
I figured that, but he wants to check around
Yeah.
and
Okay.
you know, and I want him, I'm so sorry. We need to get ones with better batteries.
They didn't charge him last night.
Oh.
I guess they forgot.
Yeah, so he thinks he could find something that might be beneficial. I agree, because of where we're located, everybody would have to drive either from Del Rio or Eagle Pass or Uvalde. But he wants to try, and you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
He had mentioned it to me because someone talked about it earlier. Our maintenance people will spend half a day to a full day fixing things instead of doing their work. Unlike having someone come over here and do the work, if we can afford it, while they're doing their job and they're fixing things here, and the work is guaranteed. That's the way it was explained to me.
Yeah, and you are correct, but we are in the middle of an island.
Well, money's still money. If you
More like
want
a
to work,
desert.
to find it.
And there are some that contracts you can get where if you have a contract with them and pay them a little bit every month for that contract, they don't charge you trip charges, and trip charges are what kills you.
Exactly, and that's why he's looking into it. So that was something he brought up after he saw how much work they were. So we'll wait to get more information because he hasn't had all callbacks
It'll be
yet.
on the
So,
next meeting.
Yeah.
It'll be on the next agenda.
Okay, well,
All right, last item, clarifying document any easement claimed by FCA over member owned lots. Mr. Long had requested this. I learned something about this, but I'll let anybody else chime in first.
I mean, I don't know anything about it. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, well, this is what I learned. In the rules and regulations, we have a resolution regarding our green area.
Okay.
Okay, and the easement, and I know a lot of this stemmed from the word easement in the post and social media. So when I read it, the word easement to me, and I know words matter, Easement, it was a generic term used for the area that doesn't belong to the property owner. On the fork, there's utility easements from what I learned, but there's no actual easement. We just have green area, which is outside your property.
So I want to chime in.
Go ahead.
That is generally referred to in most municipalities as the right of way, where your property line stops
Correct.
to, to the road, even if it's right at the road, it varies on properties. So that's called the right of way. And yeah, yes, words matter because these are, an easement is for utilities, and drainage. And they maintain the right to access that easement. And some people don't know, but they have an easement in the middle of their property and they can't do anything there, period. So it does matter. Right of way, yes. Right of way is the proper term. Of course, trees can be maintained along the right of way, around the road. That's
My understanding it's green area here on the fork. Anything outside our property is green area.
not the roads.
Well, the road would be, okay,
Well, some properties go up to the road,
Yeah.
so, it's generally that's a right of way is
Right of way.
maintained among roads so that they can be kept cleared,
correct.
for vehicles to pass through. And it doesn't matter who owns the tree, if your branch is in the right of way, which is the basis for the argument and confusion.
Yeah,
But when the term easement is used,
Well, we found out Lee was the kind of guy who what most people would love their managers all to do is take charge, go ahead and do it, and get the work done. Where instead of being a manager, I'm sorry, yeah, 'cause all of our stuff is almost dead. Instead of just being a manager who doesn't make decisions. So when that happened, we chatted and said, hey, we need to really talk before, you put something out on Facebook and we really need to know what we're talking about. And most cities do have a front space easement from some of the stuff I've read. Not all cities are like that. It's different everywhere. And I'm not an expert on it. So I don't know. What I did read was some do because of trees and having to trim them because of people driving by, and it can be considered a safety issue. But we know that he was a little overzealous, and we understand words matter. Just like
again, as a
earlier-
consumer of the article, what he wrote was, I took easement to be, and what I read it was, he used it generically. It was not the right word,
right,
but it got out of hand.
it did.
And Jason and I talked a little bit about this, but if stuff is in the right of way, in the green space, it's the board's responsibility.
Yeah, but so, for example, I have an oak tree, one in the ghetto. And there's a lot of oak trees in Colony Road that they are, they're pretty high. They're not really gonna hit your truck unless you have a giant bus or something. And they are extending over the road. So are you saying the Ford can cut that back to the curb, like the entire tree if they choose to just chop things straight? What?
when you're done, I want to respond to that.
Yeah,
So
so
we're sharing a mic.
yeah, so that's why I wanna know, like, and without asking me, can the Ford decide that my tree goes past the curb? And we're gonna just whack your tree and buzz it straight across the thing because you didn't do it yourself and that's the deal? Or Colony Road, for example, I know they get historical privileges and such, but what's the rules? And what's the 10 feet? Is there no 10 feet? Can it be trimmed back past the curb? What can the Ford do? And are we gonna notify people before doing something to their?
And that's what he did.
Who did?
He did.
Notify who?
It was like he was putting out the thing that he might.
Put on Facebook, am I randomly whack a tree down? Like,
And he didn't say whack.
well,
Words matter.
10
No, but
feet or
the
whatever.
issue was that it was stated that 10 feet at the front of the property, which is patently not true, not the case. Not true at all. You can't, once you get to that property line, which is not in the right of way, you can't do anything.
But not every
Unless
tree
there's
that
an
happens to be over the road needs to be buzzed back. I mean, there has to be some sort of logic by that, or we'd have ugly trees.
That's not 10 feet into the property. That's why that
No.
really mattered, because
Yeah,
10 feet into someone's property could bring a lawsuit.
I do want to mention that it was never done. So we didn't go on anybody's.
No.
But I understand words matter. I have made mistakes before and said the wrong word. Like earlier today when Mr. Connolly was speaking, he said we raffled our FRMs. They weren't raffled, we gave them away. So I got a lot of flack on
We
that.
picked 10 winners.
Yeah, we
picked 10
picked 10 winners. So I understand. And Lee understands. So we will make sure that we will be very careful on our wording. So our apologies.
Yeah, so just speaking of the tree that I'm a little bit concerned about is I think the board did trim it at some point. And I wasn't on the board and I wasn't thrilled that they trimmed my tree, but they trimmed it in a reasonable manner, right? So I'm missing some branches, but it still looked fine. I was okay with that. But they could have been zealous and whacked it crazily.
There's some pictures I got from Zealous.
That's what I'm
Volunteers.
saying. So if a member's tree is in the road, are we gonna give them some chance to correct it themselves
We can.
in a
We
manner?
should, it should cost them.
We can
Should cost them.
definitely.
I
do
don't, I
that.
don't doubt that it costs them. I'm just saying that I would prefer that I be notified, your tree is, if you don't trim your tree by this date, we're taking off these branches here. If you wanna get it done yourself, or do you approve us to take these 3 branches, we'll do it, then that's great for me, but
I agree.
I just wanna be aware
Okay.
something's gonna happen.
That is
But
a
they do-
very
they do
reasonable
that.
request.
I mean,
They
for
can do-
everybody.
that's
not
what
just
it
me.
is.
No, no,
Take
I'm
any
saying
time.
for everybody.
You could build a
Yes.
shed there. They could
I
do
just,
something.
I have a little stipulation here. That at the end of the day, I'm a little confused with the problem we're trying to solve. I understand the wording side of it, but at the end of the day, Lee is trying to do something good to trim the trees, and this all came to light because of Rocky, right? So I disagree with the idea that we need to notify every owner, like personally, that your tree is gonna be trimmed. I think it's the
Could
individual's
dispatch 'em.
responsibility to know that, hey, I've got tree limbs that extend into the road. And that it's as simple as a dispatch, that there will be tree trimming going on. And the standard is about 14 foot up. We're gonna have to trim trees. If they hang over the road and they're lower than 14 foot, we gotta trim them.
If there's a standard, if you make a clear standard, but I mean, I don't think it's a problem to contact
Yeah,
the
but-
owners if we have their information. I mean.
But it's just so much more work to do that. Just send a dispatch saying, hey,
I mean-
we
Not
are gonna be
everybody
trimming
sees
trees
the
that are hanging in the
dispatch,
road.
you know,
And you
not
can easily walk out and look at your tree and go, it's hanging into the road.
There's
Like
just
we-
no untrimming a tree, all right? And 14 feet seems fine, right?
But what if you go and trim a tree or Fort trims a tree, what difference does it make?
Because I care about,
Other than your
I
feelings
care
about your
I
tree
care
being
about the tree, right? The person that's trimming trees in the fort, and I'm not saying Lee, it's nothing to do with Lee. It may not be Lee 5 years from now. It might be any Yahoo that got hired in here under a different manager, a different board, a whole different situation. And they may butcher the hell out of someone's trees that took 50 years to grow that way, or 100, and the trees and the oaks certainly, are they all 14 feet?
No,
It is standard 14 to 15.
And I think that, then that's a good
From old
example, and I think that in a case like Colony Road, okay, I think in a case like that, or even in the Oaks, that there should be signs there, and this is standard practice, that there's a sign that says low hanging branches, trees not accessible, or trucks not accessible. So you can't drive a delivery truck from Bud Light through there because it's gonna get the roof ripped off, right? But everywhere else that it is reasonable, there's a standard that has to be met, and it just is what it
You
is.
guys do all know that Philip trims Colony Row all the time.
Every year for Christmas,
Every year.
the parade, yes.
And-
I mean, but Colony Road gets better tree rules than I do. Like just because
No,
they're a
I'm just
historic
saying
thing, they have special, no, we're gonna take care of these trees better because it's a pretty neighborhood and nice
No,
trees.
no, they get
or
it
not.
because of the parade that
Yeah.
goes through there.
No, I get that they get trimmed. I'm
Parade
just
should go
saying.
through unit 3.
And then some of them.
I got one
will-
tree, man, one tree.
Some of them
Well,
will
then keep
call,
it trimmed.
some of them call and tell us no, not to, because they already get it paid for.
That's what I'm saying, like,
Yes.
that's reasonable.
Yes.
I interrupt a little bit.
Hold on a second. Let us finish discussing. I just want to make one thing. This meeting, a lot may come out of this discussion, out of this meeting. But I think we need to be, should we clarify anything? Because it can just run as 5 minutes after this meeting, they're gonna butcher all the trees on Colony Road.
Why do you have to say butcher?
Because that's the way,
Cause
that's the way
that's
it
what
runs.
people are worried about.
Outside of
You
this
know
room.
what? You guys didn't even know the front ones were even done.
The
The
board,
only one you really could tell.
I mean,
was
I
the
got
oak.
photos of
this
the
is what I'm
things probably
saying. I don't
15
wanna
minutes
exit
after
this
they were
meeting.
done.
What?
I got photos of the trees being butchered 15 minutes. I'm not, maybe they weren't butchered. I'm just saying.
Which trees were butchered other than,
I'm not saying they were butchered, but I've received photos of the trees in front of the NCO club.
that was the
almost
only
immediately.
one, and that was, needs to still be fixed.
Okay, so
Okay, but all the other ones, you couldn't even tell.
So we're not walking out of here adopting a 14-foot standard, or it is a 14-foot
It is
standard.
14 to 15 feet.
Well, right, but
But I wanted to get confused outside of here, since we're done with me.
so that is not, 14 feet is not a Fort Clark standard. If that's something we want to adopt and write down somewhere, then we can do that. You just look that up.
Yeah, right.
So if what comes out of this is we say, hey, we've got a 14-foot standard we maintain, we just need to put that in writing.
what kind of
In the right of way.
what kind of
It'll be cut in the
vehicle
right
is,
of way.
is that tall? Like, what's his name? Seems
Well,
like he has the biggest vehicle around.
There's
How
7
tall
of
is that?
those.
You know,
How tall are those?
They're
Hold on,
pretty tall.
hold on.
Like
There,
20
there's
feet.
some of them, there's a
just
couple
under
of here
14
that are
foot,
like
like
Greyhound
13.6,
bus.
13.
Yeah.
That's the
And
that's
they need,
normal
and they
for
need to be told that they can't come through the front gate, that we have another way
We
for
don't
them to
have
come
people
in.
to open that, and we cannot leave that gate open
No,
either.
you can't leave it open, but we can have a
We've already
sign.
fixed
these
it.
If you're
buses.
gonna be coming in, call security and
We
we'll have the gate
don't
open.
have the people
These
to do
buses are
that.
not things that people joyride. There's something that they keep for almost a year or more till they go somewhere and then they take it out. So it's not like every week Rocky's gonna cruise down to Del
No, but-
Rio or something in his bus.
Do remember we have liquor, the
The
poor
liquor-
guy for the golf course has to take a freaking dolly from his truck and walk all the way up
Because of
there
that tree that's
because of
hanging.
all the trees are hanging. He can't drive his truck in there.
Well, okay, that's a different problem than the one in my
We're
yard.
gonna cut that tree,
I
right?
know, but every area is different, so
Yeah.
adopt those ties.
Okay, so then next meeting, we try to establish something.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, regarding that particular thing, 14 or 15 feet, the issue of the right of way.
Case by
Oh, this-
case. It'll be
yeah,
a case
okay.
by case.
Okay,
Okay, you got something important to say? You're hanging on.
Well, in a way, because when I worked for River Electric, I had to deal with easements and heights, okay? And the state or the government has a height clearance on bridges, trees, wires, etc. There's a standard number. For example, a cable TV over a state highway may have the height of 18 feet. I'm making a number up. I don't remember. They've changed them, I guess. A bridge, you see signs on the bridge, height 16 feet.
Yeah.
So that is a standard that's been set.
For a highway.
If you come in with a truck that's 18 feet, you have to get a permit and go a different way.
Yeah.
Because that's,
For example, in Unit 3, you can't park that bus in there. It's impossible. There's no way where anyone that lived there could have that size vehicle. It's impossible. So there's no reason that a massive bus needs to drive through my neighborhood.
right, and that's the point, that if you find out what the government state requirements are, then you can work from there.
that's what we're gonna do.
So that's what I would do, is find out what the state or Texas requires clearances over a road.
A residential neighborhood road.
Or, you know, what's the clearance in the city? Is there one? Probably not, because, you know, government regulations are not cared about. No, but seriously, because when I was building lines here on the fort in the back, I went to Janelle, who was in charge at the time, and we wrote up an easement on people's property. For some of the units, the property lines are back to back. There is no road, no right of way, no alley. So we had to get a written easement I don't remember the widths on each property anymore, but we had a written easement that we could put the poles there. And the easements usually say that if there's any building done in the easement and repairs have to be made on the power line, water line, sewer line, whatever you want to say, the landowner is responsible for taking down the obstruction.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much.
So-
We have Pat coming up. and
So
then
I would go that route first, find out what legally is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll be very, very brief. It's not just about the trees. If every member on this place would hold themselves accountable, clean up their own backyard, the trees, clean up your own tree, look at some of the carports, trash, orders. If the members, some of them are too lazy to recycle. If some of our members would get off their lazy hunches, clean up your land. Life's too short, people, come on. It's not just about a tree. I'm really tired of all that trash around here. I can't do it all. I keep
Don't
trying
come to
to
unit
help.
3. We're not prepared for you.
Don't go by Jason's house.
Don't go by my place. I'm trying to blend in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, if nothing else, we will now be adjourning at 1:05 for a quick lunch and then go executive session shortly thereafter. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 5:09. We just terminated our executive session. We're back in regular board meeting session. No enforcement actions were taken while in executive session. We'll adjourn for this meeting at 5:09, and we will have our meeting on February the 17th, 2026, next month. Thank you.
We have no